every goal, the sound declares. Heartbeats pound like a drummer's song, marching forward, fierce and strong. We're the ones who rise in the clash. Numbers running in a white shirt dash. History burns in the roaring crowd. Every game we scream it loud. I'm Tottenham, Tottenham till I die. Raise the banner, let it fly. High through the rain, through the fire. This is my club, my only desire. We're the ones who rise in the clash. Numbers running in a white shirt dash. History burns in the roaring crowd. Every game we scream it loud. I'm Tottenham, Tottenham till I die. Raise the banner, let it fly. High through the rain, through the fire. This is my club, my only desire.
Yes, guys, and welcome to the biggest day of all, the best day in the transfer window, your Christmas days, your New Year's days, your birthdays, all at once. And yes, it is deadline day. We have 4 hours, 55 minutes and 58.7 on the clock. There is your countdown clock there to 7 o'clock, where all of Europe comes to a close. The only thing that stays open to 11 is Scotland. And guys, we're going to start with breaking news. I'm not going to talk about it. Our esteemed transfer guru, the man who's got his ear to the ground, his fingers in every pie, considering Tottenham Hotspur. He looked like he's got himself a hairdo as well. He looks very smart. He's even at the hairdressers. He was ringing me, Dermo, this is what's happening. This is what I've been told. My sources are telling me this. So James, bring us bang up to date with Tottenham Hotspur and what is the latest happening with Thomas Frank's transfer deadline day.
Good afternoon, guys. Great to see you all again. Great to see you, Dermo. Interesting few hours since the early morning show that's happened. So let's get you brought right up to date and anything that's happening for Tottenham Hotspurs. So the biggest one is obviously Randall Kolo Muani agreeing to join Spurs on loan with a €5 million fee involved. It is a straight up loan for the year, no option, no obligation deal. I think it's a cracking bit of business. It gives us that extra little bit of strength up top, and obviously with Dominic Solanke set for a lengthy spell on the sidelines due to ankle ligament surgery, it's looking like a shrewd bit of business. What else is happening? So we have Jagji Rawat asking, have we got any left winger coming in? So my sources do tell me that if Kolo Muani was a loan deal, either with an option or an obligation, then we would still be looking at trying to bring in Ademola Lookman from Atlanta. Now, this would be a permanent deal. Atlanta only want to sell. They do not want any kind of loan deal with an obligation or option. That they want the money. They want to be able to reinvest that money in the club. So Ademola Lookman is still one that is very much in the process and in the progress. We are waiting on confirmation on what's happening with the deal. I've got my phone next to me. I'm, like I say, like Donald says, ears to the ground, and I'm keeping everything sort of juggling around. One other little bit of breaking news about a departure is that Crystal Palace have begun talks with Tottenham over the signing of Mania Solomon. Solomon has become a option for Crystal Palace over the last few minutes, sort of like the last hour, should we say, rather than minutes. But this is a developing story. Nothing concrete as of yet, but Crystal Palace are in talks with Tottenham over a deal to sign Mania Solomon. Whether this turns out to be an option or a loan with an obligation or a straight up deal is anyone's guess at the moment. It is still very much a deal in its infancy. And that pretty much brings us up.
Look, with very quickly with the Rondo deal.
Yes.
I know somebody has Wayne says I'm surprised from there's no obligation or option. Would that go in later on as the loan continues that Tottenham and PSG would sit down and say, well, look, this is what we're going to get. So do you think that might be put in later?
So there is a slight little clause. So the straight up loan, it is a straight up loan. But if Spurs finish in the top 4 of the Premier League, then they do have the option to trigger. It's like an option on an option. That's the best way to describe it. So if Spurs finish in the top 4, we then have the option to trigger the option to buy Randall Colo.
Big up to Tequila. So I just want to take this very quickly, James, that Tequila, I didn't know this. This is news to us, that he is in hospital. Big up Tequila. I hope you're right. Bit shocked by that message.
So am I.
When did you go in? Why you're in hospital? I have a fair idea why you might be in hospital, because if it's the infection with your teeth you had pulled, then maybe that could be it. But firstly, I hope you're okay, buddy. And if you need this, you know where we are. I hope you're all right, bud. Am I missing anything? Well, a lot's going on. We are going to talk about the Isaac deal, which is still happening at the moment, James. We are going to talk about Gooey as well from Palace to Liverpool. Will that go through? Because we're not just concentrating on Tottenham, we're talking the whole Premier League. Villa have also made a few signings today as well. Sancho, we know, has gone from, as we can break this, like from Provincia earlier, that Sancho has gone from Manchester United to Aston Villa on an initial loan deal. I think it's with an obligation, I think, at the end of the day. And this is the big one, isn't it? 125 million for Isaac. Now, this will break the British transfer record. He is going for the second part of his medical. Wazza, we know, is up in Newcastle at the moment. I think he's had his medical. I think he's just about signing contracts on a 4-year deal, I think. How surprised are you that they've left it this late, James? It's been absolutely mental. Do you know, this should have been sorted out weeks ago.
I think it is. It should have been sorted out weeks ago, absolutely. And I think a lot of it has to do with Newcastle's reluctance to sell him. And it is very much a transfer in the players' making, I would say. So it's one of those. Like you say, it's a deal that should have been sewn up a lot sooner. But whether or not it's the right move for Liverpool is another question. Will he hit the ground running? Will he be able to get to the heights of what he did at Newcastle? Is it going to be the big fish in a little pond going to a little fish in a big pond scenario again? We see it happen time and time again with players. So it's a big transfer on his shoulders as well. That's a lot of money that he's going to have to repay.
It's a good deal for Newcastle. That's a very good deal for Newcastle, by the way.
But is it one of those that's going to be a little bit late where they can, what's the word I want to use? They can't capitalise on the money that they've earned from Liverpool, because obviously with so few hours left of the window, now we've got 4 hours 48 minutes now, so it's going to be an interesting one.
It's 4 hours and 48 minutes, but it's 4 hours. A lot can happen within them 4 hours. And don't forget, clubs can extend. If they put a deal sheet in before the deadline, they can extend it. Now, I've got it wrong. I thought Europe shot at 11. It doesn't. All the major European leagues are shutting tonight at 7. Thank you very much. Done. Deal done. Scotland stays open to 11. Do you think they should have went to 11 and left it as it was? I think this puts more pressure on clubs to sign players, I think.
I think the reason why they brought it to 7 is to try and create the hype for the fans. Because when it gets to 11 o'clock, obviously most transfer deadlines end on a weekday, like every year, usually. Obviously, in 2 years' time, it'll end on a Sunday because obviously it falls back day by day. But yeah, so it's one of those. It's always going to be tricky to get it in the right kind of balance. So I think by bringing it forward to 7 o'clock, it enables fans of all ages to get involved in deadline day rather than it running till late at night. People obviously at work, so the late night deals that sometimes can happen. Fans can't get excited about it. Most people wake up and the first thing they do is like, right, did we sign anybody in the depth?
Yeah.
Now, with the deal sheets, Dermo, I did do a little bit of research on the deal sheets with regards to how a deal sheet works. So just so everybody in the chat, the fans, the people watching along, all understand exactly how a deal sheet works. So a deal sheet can be submitted any time up till 7 p.m. So as long as a deal sheet is submitted up before 7 p.m., the 7 p.m. deadline, that gives the club a 2-hour window to complete the deal. The deal sheet has to be signed by both player and club. So if the deal sheet is signed by both player and club, that basically allows them to have those couple of hours to sit down, hash out terms and things like that to get the deal done. But that is why it must be signed by both player and club, because it shows that there is a intent from both sides rather than just one side. If it was just signed by the club, for instance, that could be any club then could just sign deal sheets for any player that they're interested in, chuck them all in, and then they'd give themselves 2 hours to try and get deal done, which is why it has to be signed by both player and club to show the intent of a transfer. But that is exactly how a deal sheet works, guys. I hope that clears things up for people if they weren't 100% sure on what a deal sheet actually does for a transfer on deadline.
Well, look, we will give you the latest on the move. This is, we know it's in, but this was reported a little while ago, guys, from Fabrizio. Now, there was a little bit of confusion between Ornstein and Fabrizio Romano. I think what's his name? Ansago came out and did back up Ornstein, saying there is no option or an obligation, because I know Fabrizio put out being an option obligation. Now, Lookman, we've got a few started comments here. Firstly, big up to Wayne Bonner, been a member for 29 months. Thank you for your loyalty. Thank you for absolute, go on.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? 29 months with us.
I know.
Love
Big
it.
up to you. It says, any chance we're going for a midfielder? James, are we looking for a midfielder, or do you think that bit's done?
I have heard nothing about any midfielders, central midfielders, or any defensive midfielders. We are not looking at anybody like that. Now, can someone just pop up on the window? Of course, Wayne. You know as well as I do. Anybody can pop up in the last 30 minutes of a window. You could go, oh, actually, yeah, he's become available. Let's see if we can get a deal done really quickly and thing it. But yeah,
I just need to jump off for 2 minutes. Talking about Tottenham and Sky. So I'm just going to close my window down. I've paused it. Here is one from Ryan, and then we've got one from Ryan. Any more signings coming in? And also Wayne's asking, what's the latest on Lookman? Are we serious or just curious? If you give me 2 minutes, I'll go over and listen to what Michael Bridge is saying on Sky Sports News, and then I'll come straight back. So yeah, we're back in a few minutes. So I'll let you take them, James.
No worries. So, okay, in answers to some of those questions, now I didn't see what the first question was. I'll be completely honest. Any more signings coming in from Ryan? Ryan, yes, I believe there is still a chance of at least 2 more left winger and a left back, centre back stroke player. Now, we both know, excuse me, we all know who the main targets are. So the 2 main targets that are pretty much left and that we seem to have done a lot of the work on is Akanji from Manchester City, left-sided centre back, left back, very similar to a Ben Davies type of player. And Spurs have done a fair bit of work in regards to that, and looking at trying to get that deal completed today. So yes, he is definitely a strong option to come in. Also, Ademola Lookman. So the latest on Lookman is there's a bit of conflicting information out there at the moment. Some saying that he's already flown to London, some saying he's waiting to fly to London. Now, I'm no mathematical genius, but Italy to London is more than 4 hours, so you're not getting a player over here in 4 hours and getting a medical done, getting everything signed and sealed and delivered, unless he was on his way already, which doesn't seem to be the case. Now, they can do medicals remotely, they can do lots of things remotely now. So with regards to Lookman, yes, the deal is very much alive, Wayne. Yes, we are very serious about this deal. In between the break of this morning and now, the reports were that Lookman is very much interested in joining Spurs. The club are talking to Atlanta, trying to get the fee at an acceptable level. If we can somehow get it around about what Atlanta want, which is round about the 40 to 50 million mark, it's in that 10 million window. If we can get it somewhere around there, I think that's another excellent signing. English player as well. So yeah, I think he's definitely still an serious contender to come into the club. And Dermo's back and looks like he's got some news for us. Dermo.
I have Brian Hill is going to Genoa for £8 million. That could be a first outgoing of the window for Tottenham. Brian Hill on his way out Spurs. Randu Kulu has now arrived in London for his medical to join Tottenham Hotspur. Now, could that be Spurs? And could this be Tottenham's end of the day? I don't think so. I think Lookman is another one I think will get done. I'm quite confident in this is my gut telling me this. Nobody's told me anything. I think my gut telling me Lookman's going to get done. But Tottenham Hotspur are selling Brian Hill to Genoa, £8 million. I think that's not a bad deal, to be honest with you, James, for Brian Hill, for the player he is. And also, Kulu is in London ready for his medical. So everything is going forward. Not a little bit as well. Manchester United have signed the Antwerp goalkeeper as well. He's now in Manchester, become a Manchester United player. Did I hear what I thought I heard?
What? I was moving. I'm sat on my kitchen side. It wasn't me. It was the kitchen side.
All right. I was sitting there going... It was just the look in your face, right? You just went, yeah, I'm going to let that one go.
No, I wasn't. I leaned on the kitchen side, and it made. When you said, "Did I hear what I thought I heard?" I was like, "Yeah, no, it was the kitchen side."
All right. Big up to Tequila. Very rude, James says. Tequila, very rude. It was the kitchen side. No, that was an arse ripper. They're all saying that. Now, let's talk about Wizza, who has actually gone from Brentford to Newcastle United. 55 million. Brentford accept formal proposal. He has been up at Newcastle. He has now, I think, done his medical. He is going to be a Newcastle United player. Brentford looking to bring a few players in to cover that. Do you see Newcastle done now? That's it. That's Newcastle finished for today. Or do you think there might be one or two more coming in?
I think Newcastle could splash a bit more cash.
Yeah.
I think we're probably looking probably going to look for another striker and may look for a centre back as well. I know there's a lot of clubs are looking for central defenders.
Yeah.
So it's one of those. It could be too little, too late for Newcastle, though. Do you know what I mean? It's.
I mean, look, if you look at the deal, I think 55 million is a bit over the top for him, to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a 55 million pound player. But as people put in the chat, the way that Isaac treated Newcastle, the way Wazza treated Brentford, it doesn't look them in good light, does it? They've really pushed these deals through. Is that too much player power?
Yeah. And that is exactly it. I mean, gone are the days where contracts actually meant something to players, I think.
Yeah.
And now it's just a case of we do what we want to do. I have just got a little bit of breaking news as well. Kobe Mainu, I know we were linked with Kobe Mainu for a little bit. It's been announced that he will be staying at Manchester United. Despite asking to leave, Kobe Mainu is staying at Manchester United and will not be leaving before the deadline. The midfielder had asked to leave on loan late in the window to get more game time, but United expect him to stay and fight for his place in Ruben Amorim's first team. So no deadline day move for Kobe Mainu.
No, I read that as well. Just come up on the screen. I'm slightly disappointed. I would like to have Mainu at Spurs, but look, I can understand. He wanted to stay. Just giving that other bit of breaking news. Manchester United have agreed deal with 18.2 million to sign goalkeeper Saint Lemons from Royal Antwerp on a 5-year deal. Alexander Isaac arrives at Liverpool. He's in the middle of having his second part of his medical now off campus. Nicholas Jackson is still in Bayern Munich, by the way, guys, to try to get that deal done. Now, that was an interesting one that broke over the weekend, James. Chelsea gave Jackson permission to go to Bayern Munich. Then they had the lapped injury. Chelsea says, right, you're going to have to come back. I ain't coming. Another player, isn't it? That is showing. Yeah. Another player that's
disrespect. Disrespect for the club. Yeah, disrespect for his club. I'm gutted about the lapse injury. In my fantasy team, and it's like, where's my points coming from? Alan can't hit a barn door. I've got one. I've got some transfers to make. I have got some of my own deadline days to make at some point today as well. I mean, my entire starting lineup could change drastically. It could be entire front Spurs 4 by end of today. It's one of those. It's what do you do? Do you know what I mean? As a player, you want to play football. I feel for Nicholas Jackson. He was basically told he was surplus to requirements at Chelsea. He starts to get excited about potentially linking up with a big European giant, and then all of a sudden something happens with Chelsea's front line, and all of a sudden the deal's ending up. No, you're not going. And then Chelsea looking at signing or looking like more likely than not to buy Garnacho, I think it is, from Man United. And now all of a sudden he's available to go again. And it's like, for Nicholas Jackson, you've got to be thinking, what the hell is going on?
Exactly. Just let you know, Man City, we were linked with a defender, weren't we? Akanji.
Akanji.
Yeah. Manchester City are in advanced talks with Inter Milan for that player to go from Man City to Inter Milan. We'll let you know how that goes. Spurs could come in with a late bid. They were in for Aki as well. So do you think if they're not going to go for one, they'll go for the other?
See, the only thing I think of the differences is Nathan Aki can't really play on the left as a left back.
Yeah.
So unless then you're going to use Ben Davies more as a left back and not as a centre back, then yes. Or you've got Mickey. You could push out there at a push and then bring Aki into the middle. So there is options for Thomas Frank. So I wouldn't put it in out of the realms of impossibilities. No. I haven't heard anything about Akanji for a while, actually, from our sources down at the ground. So I would still like to see him come to Spurs, but hopefully we can get something done and be fighting for Inter Milan. I did see something as well that might interest you, Dermo.
Spurs Express.
Ajax.
Yeah, go on. Ajax, go on. You go first, boss.
Ajax hijacking Celtic's move for Dolberg. Ajax are now pressing ahead in their bid to hijack Kasper Dolberg's move to Celtic after seeking assurances from the player that he would prefer a return to the club. Ajax trying to muscle in on Celtic's deal for Dolberg. I mean, how do you feel about it?
I mean, look, we just need it. We've got the financial power. Just go out and buy the player. I mean, Celtic and Rangers this year have been dreadful. Celtic did spend £8 million today on signing a player up in Scotland. We need players badly, Celtic. We really do. And we're just pussyfooting around, not doing anything. Get your finger out your ass. Take a leap out of Levy's book and just get a Paratici and let him cook. This is from the Spurs Express from Alistair Gold. Spurs continuing to look at opportunities to possibly sign a winger. Lookman. Just go and get the damn deal done. I reckon that deal, the Lookman deal, is going to go right to the wire. I reckon that's the one that's going to get the extension on the deal extension. I reckon that one that'll be the deal.
Yeah. I think if there is one that's going to go down to the wire, I do think the Ademola look one is looking like it's going to be the one that's going to go right down to the wire. Sorry, I'm reading as I'm trying to speak, and it's confusing my mouth. This has just come in. Chelsea Bayern make Jackson talks breakthrough. Chelsea and Bayern Munich have made a breakthrough in talks over Nicholas Jackson. A deal is now thought to be close for the Chelsea forward to sign for the German champions. Bayern now prepared to accept Chelsea's request of a loan deal with an obligation to buy next summer. So Nicholas Jackson to Bayern Munich looks like that is going to be on.
And it is confirmed as well from Fabrizio Romero, Manuel, I can never get his surname right.
Akanji
from Man City to loan deals is a here we go. It's a $2 million loan fee, part salary covered, 15 million buy option clause. Buy clause becomes mandatory if Akanji plays at least 50% of. Thank you. Plays 50%. Thank God he didn't sign for us because I could never get my mouth around that name. I'll be able to call them something else. 50% of games if Inter win the Serie A title this year. So that one is done. So he's not coming to Spurs. He's going to Inter Milan 27 minutes ago. Fabrizio Romero. Here we go. Also 3 minutes ago, as you said, this is from Nicholas Jackson's agent. Nico was ready for Bayern. Bayern was ready. We all aligned on world-class project for the agreement to be withdrawn in the final moment. Deeply frustrating, but we won't give up. It will fight with everything I have to make sure Nico's next step reflects his talent, ambition, and plan we built together. We hope that Chelsea can cover Liam Delap's unfortunate injury. That was 3 minutes ago from Fabrizio. You've added a bit more to it, James, on that. So
yeah,
more or less round the figure. Big up to Chris Welch as well. Big up, Chris. How you feeling about Isaac signing for Liverpool, and also Marcus Gui from Crystal Palace? That might be another one that I'm going to extra time as well. That deal from Crystal Palace to Liverpool. Big up to Tequila. He says, have a good stream. We hope you're a better bud. Do keep us updated how you are. And yeah, we hope you are okay. Big up to Wayne Bonner. City don't sell for us, no. And then we had this in from Timmy Ola. I know him well from Bobby's chat. He is an Arsenal fan, so big up to you. He says, Dermo, are you aware that Vieira, Zinchenko, and this other player are all available for Spurs? They are top signings, I guarantee you. I think we'll pass. I think we are okay. I really do think we are okay on that. Let's go 4 minutes ago as well. Fulham agreed the deal to sign George from AS Roma. Collapse as revealed earlier. Chelsea received 22 million plus a heavily sell on Cleese as Dolman Enstein reports medical underway in London. So a player that was due to go to Fulham has now gone and agreed and gone to Chelsea. Manchester United defender Victor Lindelof has joined Aston Villa on a 2-year deal with an option until 2028, and that is a confirmed deal as well. As you said, Mainu's not going anywhere, which I'm slightly disappointed about. I'm trying to see if there's anything on Spurs. Not at the moment.
The only thing I've just got come through, Dermo, right this minute is Spurs are looking at other defensive options with now, this could be interesting because obviously of who Inter Milan looking at, obviously looking at getting the Akanji deal over the line. So is that going to make available? And it's just starting to gather a little bit of traction on X. Benjamin Pavard becoming available.
Oh, that's not a bad signing.
From Inter Milan to shore up the central defenders. Roughly about a £17 million price tag has been quoted. So yeah, Benjamin Pavard, that is just rumour, guys. I'm not saying this is something that we are actively pursuing. It is just a rumour that's starting to gather a bit of traction on X right now. So, and we all know who is the masterclass of negotiating in the Italian market. The Big Don himself, and I do believe that the Big Don is the main man who is pushing the Ademola Lookman deal forward. So
now, a little bit more on that. Spurs do agree to sell Gil to Genoa. Tottenham have agreed to deal with Genoa to sell Bayern Hill for around 8.65 million. June spent last season alone at Genoa, scoring 3 times in 25 appearances. The Spaniard's last appearance for Spurs came in the 23-24 season. James, do you think that's a good? Do you think that's a good signing for Hill? I reckon that's a good. Sorry it didn't work out, but I think it's time you moved on. I think if he's fitting well in the Italian league, then I wish him all the best.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good move for him. It never did actually work out for him, did it? It was so much promise. Again, one of those youngsters that we signed in, tried to develop. Was developing, and I think his injury record sort of picking up the knocks sort of stunted his ability to basically develop, and he never really bulked out as a winger, and never really had the physicality to be able to sort of compete in the Premier League. So we all know the Italian league is a little less physical than the Premier League. In fact, a lot less physical than the Premier League. So I think it's a good fit for him, and I think he'll do well, and I wish him all the best. all the best over in his new chapter in Italy.
Yeah. Just trying to get a little bit more for you. Everton striker Yusuf Chetamenti arrives at Rangers training ground for his medical ahead of an £8 million move from Everton to Rangers up in Scotland. Bayern Leverkusen sack head coach Eric Ten Hag after 3 months in charge after 2 league games. Apparently, he fell out with the director of football up there. He also fell out. He didn't want the player sold, and it was sold. And also, he disagreed with the formation. Well, if he's the manager, that's down to him. Are you very quickly on Ten Hag? Are you surprised he got the sack?
No. I think he's kind of lost his way since the Man United appointment. Mm-hmm. I think he needs a bit of time out of the game, let him reset, let him understand what he wants in his what he wants in his to play, how he wants his teams to play in future. And I think he just needs a reset. I'm not surprised when you look at Leverkusen, such one. So when you talk about the German Bundesliga, you're sort of very similar to the Premier League. You have your usual suspects up there, and you say your Bayern Munichs, your Dortmunds, your Leipzigs, your Stuttgarts, your Bayer Leverkusens. And to see where they are at the moment, I mean, yes, it's very early in the season for sackings as a manager, but it's one of those. It's a cutthroat business nowadays, and I'm just going to find out exactly where they are. Let me have a look. Europe, Champions League.
Well, at the moment, the medical is just starting for Randall, so we will let you know as soon as that happens. There was a report this morning as well that the Savinho deal is not completely dead just yet. I think that deal is completely dead in the water. We'll not be going anywhere near that deal. I think that deal's been dead for a few weeks.
Yeah. I mean, Leverkusen down in 12, 2 games in, 1 draw, 1 loss. Is it a bit of a knee-jerk reaction? Has the club sort of overreacted with regards to Ten Hag? I suppose only time will tell, really. With regards to that. I mean, Leipzig have not exactly had a scintillating start to the thing. He won 1, lost 1. So, I mean, the German Bundesliga is a funny old league, and when you play in the top teams, they're all capable of taking points off each other. But when they play for sort of the lower tiered Bundesliga teams, and I'm not trying to take anything away from them. It is just how it is. It's dominated, and there's the top 5 that are usually there or thereabouts. You might get the odd surprise every now and again. Then there's sort of your mid-table teams that are always mid-table, and they swap and change from like sort of 8th down to sort of 12th. And then there's the lower teams that are always there fighting around and scrapping around there. So look, I think Leverkusen's decision will be justified or unjustified come the end of the season. If they have a barnstorming charge up the league, then yes, it will be justified. If they stay languishing where they are now, then it'll be like, well, did you give a new manager any chance? And deadline day to sack your manager?
Oh no,
it just seems a strange time to do it to me. It's a strange time to do it.
It does. Look, we've got 4 hours, 19 minutes and 32 seconds left on the clock. My clock seems to be ahead of Sky Sports, so I'm always ahead of somebody. Tequila says, I still can't see stuff. It's Danny's fault.
It's Danny's fault.
I can't. Are you telling me you can't see the chat, or?
I think it's because he's in the hospital. The NHS free Wi-Fi is so piss poor. It's not buffering the stream up probably for him, and certainly because we're live and we're chat and everything. That's probably more like what's happening.
Big up here, Chris says, makes the whole transfer window so pointless sacking your manager. It does. I'd rather it be behind others, but that's another stream. Yeah, I thought you might say that. You bugger. Deadline day. Let's go to League One. Just a few. Ballard undisclosed gone from Southampton Lane Orient. Morris has gone from Aberdeen to I forget the move, but anyway, League Two. Winterburn's gone from Bournemouth to Barnet. Mellon's gone from Barnley to Oldham. We know Lamptey has joined Fiorentina from Brighton. That is a player who I have loved at Spurs, by the way. So you think that was a missed opportunity for Tottenham to go and get Lamptey? Because I think he would have done pretty well as a win back for Tottenham.
The thing is with Lamptey is that he needs to be playing regular, and he wouldn't probably play as regular as what he would have liked. So that's probably the reason why they haven't looked at him, and maybe the reason why Akanji snubbed Spurs to go to Inter Milan. Maybe he was promised more game time at Inter Milan than what Spurs could offer him, because he probably knew he was going to be a bit part player at Spurs. Impacting off the bench, maybe in the cup games, and it's hard to sell a deal to a player if they are not about the money and they are about wanting to play and wanting game time. It's then trying to sell somebody to join your club to sit on the bench is very, very hard. I mean, Akanji's sort of in the back end of his career now. He's not in his 20s. He's in his 30s. He's 31, I think. And so it's going to be a difficult sell to sort of say, okay, although you're at 31, we're not going to pay you great, but you can come to us if you want.
And sit
on the bench and warm it for us. We do have nice seat warmers on our bench, so you don't even have to warm it yourself. So I mean, it's one of those. I think it's not a missed opportunity with the Lamptey deal. I think it's just probably as sensible to stay. It would have probably been now 2-3 years ago. Getting Lamptey to Spurs would have probably been an ideal signing, but I think we've got better players out there at the moment.
I think so as well. Just to give you a bit of latest, guys, going across the bottom of your screen, it is the latest we've got. Tottenham are not ruling out anything out, including a left winger and a centre back. Daniel Levy and Fabio Paratici are on it, says Paul O'Keefe. Very quickly on Paratici, has he taken over deadline day from Lang?
Yes.
Now,
everything about what's happening deadline day so far smells of Paratici. The players linked in Italy, getting this Rando Cola. Let's be honest, because we in January last year we were linked with Rando Colomwani. It was looking like it was going to be going through. I mean, all of a sudden it fell on its face, and I held my hands up to it. I thought it was a done deal. I broke it, but he was coming to Spurs. But it turned out he ended up going to Juventus because the deal collapsed. It smells very much of Paratici to me. It definitely smells of Paratici. The speed of which Paratici, I know Paratici can work. So I think it's definitely Paratici that's spearheading this, and everything I got in reports were that Paratici is leading the charge for getting this done.
I think Lookman will get done. I think you and me are sort of confident on the Lookman deal. Big up to Ange Ball, who's come in as well. Big up. He said, "Where's my Lookman? Get him in now, Coys." Big up to you, Ange Ball. Hit that subscription button if you can, because we're looking to get to 2,200 by the end of the stream. Now, we're not that far away, guys. We're really not that far away, and it's very doable today. All you got to do is hit that subscription. If you're watching us on X, do come over and hit that subscription. We are now sitting at, I will tell you in a minute, You're good at maths, James. You'll be able to work this out for me because I'm crap. We're sitting at 2,178. So let me get this right. Are we 23 away from 2,200?
22 away.
I wasn't far off, and that was a guess.
No.
So 22 of you come over. Let's get to that goal. Come on. And also send in your super chats, pick up your memberships as well. There's loads of member stuff coming as well. Hit the like button. We need to get out there hitting the like, but let's get to 2,200. Really would appreciate it, guys. We're doing something different this year. We're doing something new. Not a lot of people are doing it. That we're going out all day, and we're doing it in 3 stages. We had James's brilliant show this morning, which was absolutely fantastic, guys. If you haven't seen it, go and look at it. Hit the like on the bottom for him. He done a fantastic job this morning, considering there was stuff that in the backside that were left, which should have been changed. So he done brilliantly. He kept his composure. He went on with it. Didn't fazzer him, went on, bang, give you the breaking news. Me and James are doing this today between now and 8 o'clock, and then I'm back on between 10 and 11. Now, it's not because all the windows shut at 7. It's more of a review, what we got, and also to give you any updates on any late deals that are happening. Big up Philip Brady. He says, so good to have Paratici back. No need Lang to go now. Wayne Bonner says, Paratici's bloody a machine or vampire. He never sleep. Every time I pick up my member, I pull a muscle in my back. Oh, well. But that is a different stream as well. Yes, it is. A completely different stream. Let's talk a little bit about Manchester, the 2 Manchester clubs, James.
Yes.
We know Manchester United are looking for a new goalkeeper. We know Edison is going to Man City. No, Edison's going out of Man City with the PSG goalkeeper coming in. Martinez has been sort of left in the wilderness a little bit as well. I don't know if you saw Emery's press conference pre-match interview before the game last night. He kept saying the goalkeeper he brought in, his name. Firstly, on Villa, do you think there's been a falling out between Martinez and Emery?
It would appear so, because when you look at Leandro Martinez and how well he played for Aston Villa last season, he was their rock. And their defensive record this season so far has been woeful. So barring he's got an injury that I don't know about, Wayne, Villa are going to be in for a very rough season. I do have a buddy who is a big Aston Villa fan at work, and he said to me, his words to me the last time I spoke to him was he can see Villa doing a Spurs. And I said, what do you mean by that? He says, forgetting the league and concentrating on the Europa League, but doing enough just to survive in the Premier League. I says, look, we didn't do enough to survive in the Premier League. We were lucky that there were 3 teams worse than us. So I think it could be very much a very rough season for Aston Villa. Just coming in on Sky Sports as well, Dermo. So Igor Julio, who Sky Sports News understands that Brighton centre-back Igor Julio is still a consideration for West Ham, throwing Mark Guehi's Liverpool future into further doubt. Palace will not let Guehi leave until they have a suitable replacement. Igor is currently undergoing a medical with Palace. If West Ham were to come in with a late bid and take Igor from under Palace's noses, Guehi would likely be told he would have to stay at Selhurst Park. So that is a interesting transfer development between Brighton, West Ham and Liverpool in a 3-way sort of domino effect. That could happen, that might not happen. With regards to him having his medical, I always think if a player's having a medical, the deal is pretty much 99% done. I mean, we all know, as Spurs fans, we all know that we had Willian in having a medical, we had Morgan Gibbs-White having in a medical, we had Eze in having his medical, and all those deals did fall on fall by the wayside. So there is that chance that it could still happen. But at the moment, he is heading to Crystal Palace, and then he would be allowed to move to Liverpool. I think it's an interesting move, to Liverpool. What do you think, Dermo?
I think the way the player has acted for the whole window he's been very respectful. I think he shows how you should react even if transfers are not going your way. I think my gut's telling me he might end up at Palace for another season, and Palace may let him go in January.
Yeah,
I think that could happen. Do you know what? I can actually see Tottenham might put in a bid for him as well. I mean, Palace, Liverpool offered 35 million straight up. Palace come back to them with a 35 million plus 5 million add-on, so that's 40 million. So Spurs, if Spurs did want to go in and get him like they did in January, do you remember we put in the 70 million bid for him last January? Spurs would then put a 45 million bid into him straight up, cash, plus a player, say plus Basuma. I reckon that could happen, but I'm not saying it is going to happen. But I'm just putting it out there, guys. If Liverpool want Gui, then sort a deal out for January, set a price, and allow Palace time to find a replacement. That's a very good point. Wayne Bonner says, I can see Tottenham sneaking in for a last-minute deal that someone else is working on. I can too. We had nabbed Fieka having medical. I wouldn't rule out Gui swap. Do you know what? That's not a bad idea because he was supposed to be going to, was it AC Milan, Chris? And that deal was collapsed because AC Milan said they wouldn't get the deal done in time, and it wouldn't go through. We've got Philip Brady, big up, says Martinez has a huge ego, never ends well. No, it doesn't. Chris says Emery will get a tune out of Sancho, in my opinion. Now, Harvey Elliott, that's the latest I've got for you as well, guys. Harvey Elliott is heading to Villa for a medical. Harvey Elliott has been given permission to undergo a medical with Aston Villa and is on his way to Birmingham. The deal on the initial loan with an obligation to buy the package under discussion is worth 35 million quid. Just to give you a little bit more as well on Jackson. Where's Jackson deal? Yeah, we are fighting for the deal, so he's still in Munich. But I just heard a few minutes ago that there may be a breakthrough in that Jackson Bayern Munich deal. So we have to wait and see how that runs out. Anything from your end at the moment before we have a bit of before we come in to at 3
Go on, sorry, Dermo. I'm
at 3 o'clock, we will have a revamp of what happened in the first hour of you guys, with 4 minutes to go, with 3 hours left of the window. James,
yes.
Any deals that do that for you in this whole window? What I know, Isaac's been a talking point, but is there any deals that you've seen? Do you know what? From a Tottenham point of view, right? That's a good deal for Spurs.
I think the Xavi Simons deal.
Stands
out most. Yes, we haven't seen him play. I think that is going to be a good move for us. Good creative player. The João Paulinho deal. Now, I wasn't a big fan of getting this deal done. I thought we had enough players there, but seeing him play, seeing him how he's played in the first few games, I think he's been really good. I think it shows that we're not just concentrating on youth, and that maybe something shifted, and realizing that we need to spatter a little bit of experience with youth as well. Sorry, I was just reading some of the chat as they were coming through. So Natalie Chikazi?
Pick up to you. Hit the subscription button.
Please, Natalie, hit the subscription, hit the like button, helps on. Morgan, I'm guessing you're on about Morgan Rogers. Now, as far as everything that I'm hearing is that we're not pursuing the Morgan Rogers deal. Aston Villa are not willing to sort of budge on their asking price. So yeah, it looks like that one is a dead deal, really. And again, it could change. Things could change. We could go in late on, but as at this moment in time, we are not actively pursuing a Morgan Rogers deal. And if anybody has noticed, I have had a little change of scenery. That's why my camera went off. I was just moving from room to room.
See, you were doing the Sky. You were doing your medical. You did your medical in the kitchen. Now you've gone to sign the contracts in the sitting room. See?
Yeah. No. I'm in the bedroom at the minute.
You're in the bedroom.
The wife's. Yeah, the little lad's playing on my Xbox in the living room.
Yeah.
All you'd hear is him screaming about Roblox. The wife's in the kitchen now getting dinner underway. And so I've been.
Is this the second part of your medical? Is it, James, in the bedroom?
Yeah, definitely.
Big up to Tequila. Have we? I think he's saying. I don't know if he's right, but I think he's trying to say, has Palace signed anyone yet, or have we signed anyone yet? Well, we've got Kulu Maruni, Randall Kulu. I cannot pronounce his last name, so that's
Colo. Think of it like a cola, but with instead of an A, it's an O. So Colo.
My speech impediment is such a fucking funny sometimes, but it is annoying. He's now having his medical, so that will be the next deal through the door. As we said, that Hill is heading to Genoa for 8.65 million quid. Wait and see anything from Fabrizio Romano, who's had a bit of a mare this window, to be fair, James. He hasn't got everything spot on this.
No, he's missed it. He's dropped the ball one or two times. Well, quite a few times.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up to date. I'm sending my feelers out again. So it's one of those. Yeah, not been exactly his usual on the nose sort of how he always usually is. If he says it, usually about to usually gets it right. I don't know where that information's come from, Simeon. I haven't heard anything with regards to that.
Nothing either. I have not seen anything either. I'm just checking with the one person we would use. He's away on holiday.
Yeah.
Dear. I don't want to message him either, by the way.
No.
Any news?
I am trying to.
I know. Right, it is 3. We've got a minute to go. We're at 3:00. So look, let's have a bit of a roundup, James. At 3. Right, what we can tell you, the very latest from Tottenham Hotspur is that Brian Hill is on his way to Genoa for 8.65 million. Randall Colo is on his way to Spurs. He's having his medical on a loan deal. Just on that very quickly, people might be a bit surprised there's no option or obligation in that. Now, it is a 5 million loan fee Spurs are paid. Would that be straight up? Could you explain to people about a loan deal? So you say I wanted to get you on loan and I had to pay your club a 3 million. Is that 5 million straight up? They have to pay that straight away?
No. So usually what a loan fee entails is normally over a monthly kind of installments over the year. A club can choose to pay it all up front if they want, or they can choose to settle it at the end of the loan deal. It depends on what agreement between the clubs have been made. So, but normally a loan fee is paid over the course of the loan period. which is then like monthly payments. That's how a loan fee would normally work. So if it's a £5 million loan fee over the course of 8 months, you basically you divide your 5 million by 8 and you get your figure. And although I'm pretty good at maths, I'm not that good. So it would be roughly, I think it's about 625,000 a month, divided by 8 months. Yeah, £625,000 or 625,000 euros, should I say. It's a €5 million bid fee. So €625,000 every month. Spurs will pay out to Paris Saint-Germain for the courtesy of having Randall Kolo Muani at the club. Now, with regards to that deal as well, is although there is no option per se, like I did say earlier on, that there is an option on an option. So depending on where Spurs finish, we could trigger an option by finishing high enough up in the league. And the option is around about the €30 million mark.
Fuck. In today's money, that's a steal, isn't it?
Absolutely. I don't. Go on. Yeah, I've just seen that comment from Boris saying Bayern have pulled out the race for Lookman as he only wants to join Spurs. Again, I've not got any update with regards to Bayern and Lookman, and I am trying to get as much information as I can.
I'm just trying to find out. Here we go. Lookman would be, this is from Paul O'Keefe, Lookman would be an easier deal to do for Tottenham, and that was 23 minutes ago. So that was from Spurs Connect. Also, Paul O'Keefe as well. He is saying that the Lookman deal will be an easy deal to do. When do you think we could get Lookman in? What do you think the deadline is? How do you think that deal at the moment is being put together? If you're put yourself into Paratici shoes, James, right? What would you be doing at this present time?
I'm finding out exactly what his demands are, going to Daniel Levy or Daniel Levy and saying, this is the player's demands, this is what he wants, this is what it's going to take to bring the club, get him to the club. But he obviously wants the club. If what Boris is saying is right, Boris, I'm not doubting you. I'm very skeptical about all the rumor mill on deadline day as well. Like literally 30 seconds ago, we had a comment saying that Bayern Munich have beaten us to Lookman. So there is a lot of action with regards to moves and things like that. So to get the Lookman deal done, I can see that deal being completed roughly 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, I would say so.
Sort of in the final hour. If not, it will be. It will go beyond the 7 p.m. deadline with the deal sheet. But I can foresee it being done very close to the end of the window.
I just take it Philip Brady doesn't like Paul Merson. I just put that out there.
Who does?
Alan Pardew coming in. This one from Bryce. I see Lookman being done in the final 2.5 hours, as personal terms are agreed on a while ago. I'm just dealing with Atalanta as they want to sell now, and they're allowing a low with but now they're allowing a loan with an obligation. Now, he only wants Spurs. Has Thomas Frank done something that Ange was doing? He's getting these players in, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But is it the question that I would say, right, is there a reason? is there a reason why Thomas Frank is getting these players in and Ange Postecoglou didn't? And that's where my thought goes, is like, what's so different about Ange Postecoglou trying to sign these players and now Thomas Frank signing? And the one crystal matter and crystal clear thought that always thing it is the Big Don.
Yeah.
The Big Don back at the club, being able to do things. And yes, I know he was, when Ange was there, he was working for us with a consultancy on a consultant sort of basis, but there's only so much he could have done. He couldn't contact players. He couldn't be reaching out to agents. He couldn't be doing these things that, as a director of football, you need to do. And I think that is the reason why we are now being able to get these players done. Just a little bit of breaking news on another player arriving into the Premiership as well, Dermo. Wolves have signed. I'm going to read this out because you would never be able to get this out. Wolves have signed Tolu Arakodare from Genk in a £23.4 million deal. The 24-year-old joins on a four-year deal that includes an option to extend further by 12 months.
Yeah.
The Nigerian international was the top scorer in the Belgians' top flight last season. So Wolves confirming Tolu Arakodare. I think that's how you pronounce it anyway. I mean,
yeah.
I might be completely butchering that name.
A couple of updates as well from other Premier League clubs. Brentford have just turned down an approach from Olympic Lyon for Fabio Carvalho, request for a loan with an option to buy, but rejected by Brentford. Jackson and Bayern never offsets for Fabrizio, now very close, also with an obligation to buy. Also, official 5 minutes ago, officially exclusive, so we confirmed by Frank Udo Boniti joins Chelsea on loan from Brighton. Deal includes matching rights for Chelsea FC as well. And also, about 6 hours ago, but it's still a deal that has not been confirmed yet, is that the deal done for the Italian goalkeeper to join Man City's project from PSG, long-term deal agreed a few weeks ago, all done between the two clubs after Edison signed for Fenerbahce. Now, we're still waiting for that to be confirmed. I'm sure Edison will have to have his own medical at Fenerbahce. Where are we going with Manchester United and goalkeepers? I know we were talking about it. We all got sidetracked, so I'd like to go back to it if we can. Look, we know being the goalkeeper for Manchester United carries huge pressure, and we know the goalkeepers that are there are feeling that pressure. So do you think Man United have made a bit of a cock-up here by not going for a Martinez who, as Philip said earlier in the chat, he's got an ego as size as Birmingham, but that wouldn't sort of bother him, a bit like a Schmeichel or a keeper they bought from Fulham whose name goes out of my head. Are you surprised they've gone for this young lad from Antwerp? Or do you think it could be a smokescreen and they still could get two in?
If we're going to sign the young goalkeeper like that, you've got to think that the scouts have done some kind of work on him, and they see it as somebody who is actually going to naturally progress Manchester United. So I think there may still be room for Manchester United to bring a second one in Martinez. But we've got to look at Manchester United's finances as well, and how much, realistically, how much money have they got left to spend? They've got no European football.
this season. They're already. Oh no! But did we get knocked out of Carabao Cup to Grimsby? They did, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
they lost on penalties,
Yeah.
didn't they?
they did.
So
Yeah,
we're out of one competition already.
You're
so
funny.
realistically,
you're funny. You're funny.
I do my best. I do my best. I do my best. Yeah, so you've got to think realistically. They've only got the league and FA Cup. So if they're going to bring in sort of more of a veteran goalkeeper in Martinez, and they've got this young kid, the young kid's not going to be able to play much because realistically, when you're going to play him, is probably your cup games. So then stunts his development. So it could be a smokescreen. If it is a smokescreen, it's a bit of a weird smokescreen, though. It is. But yeah.
Just to give, Watford have agreed a deal to sign Jeremy Pettis as a replacement for Ryan Andrews, 2 million plus add-ons to the team that he's come from, and also that is now a confirmed signing for the Chelsea signing that is done and dusted on a 4-year is on a loan deal for Brighton. Matching rights, what does that mean to people that don't know what matching rights mean?
So matching rights is a funny old clause to put into a contract. So a matching right is if another team comes in for a player, be it over the player's value or under a player's value, and the selling club decide to accept, Chelsea can then put in the same offer as long as it matches the offer that club has made. Then it has to be accepted. They cannot then decline that offer. So, for argument's sake, we all know that Chelsea were interested in the Xavi Simons deal, just like us. So I can use this one as a prime example, and hopefully it'll make sense to people. We put in a £51 million bid into for Xavi Simons. If Chelsea had a matching clause in Xavi Simons, he was an ex-Chelsea player and he got sold on, but they included a matching fee. That would mean that when Spurs put £51 million, even if it was agreed and then the contract, for personal terms were agreed, even up until the point of before that player signs his contract, Chelsea would have had the chance to put in a £51 million offer. Leipzig would have been obliged to accept that offer, and it would have then given permission for Simons to talk to Chelsea. However, that doesn't necessarily mean the player is going to choose Chelsea. So again, it just it gives basically Chelsea a foot in the door if a player is ever sold on again. That's basically what it does.
Yeah.
It's very similar to buyback fees and buyback clauses, like Nico Paz at Como, who we were touting 70 million for Nico Paz at one point, and Real Madrid have got a buyback option of 8.5 million. So let's be honest, Como could have accepted Spurs' bid for Nico Paz, but then Real Madrid could have just said, okay, but there's 8.5 million and we want him back. Again, that's up to the player then to decide where he's going to go. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Why Como wouldn't even entertain the deal for Nico Paz? Maybe they just didn't want to risk losing him, and they'd come to some kind of arrangement with Real Madrid, I believe, that Real Madrid said next season we'll pay him, but we'll give you more money, which is a bit odd.
It is.
Really.
Look, just going across the bottom of the screen, Tottenham Tears is saying Tottenham will continue to look at other wingers in the final hours of the window. Does that mean, are they putting out there that the Lookman deal could be off? Or
I just think we're keeping their options open. I think that's realistically what what we're looking at here is we are keeping our options open for players. I do know there is still talk of Savio. I don't believe that's going to happen. I can't see Manchester City selling it.
Unless they might do it as a loan with an obligation.
Yeah, but I cannot see Manchester City. Manchester City said all along he wasn't for sale, he wasn't for sale, he wasn't for sale, he wasn't for sale, and it seems that they're sticking to that. And I'm just reading now that Ademola Lookman has stated that he would love to join
Us.
Yeah, he would love to join Tottenham alongside Kolo Muani. According to sources in Italy, he will be handed the opportunity to earmark on a fresh challenge in the Premier League if agreement is reached between Spurs and Atlanta during 11th hour club-to-club discussions. Spurs are not the only side eyeing the wide forward, as reigning Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich have made an approach to sign him on an initial loan, which would include an option to buy at a substantial price. He's weighing up his options, but Atlanta do not want to send him out on loan and feel that a sale deal is the right option for Ademola Lookman. It would basically be leaving Spurs in the driving seat, as Bayern Munich do not see a permanent deal for Lookman feasible in the last few hours of the transfer window. And that is courtesy of Give Me Sport.
Well, with 3 hours and 41 minutes left, or 40 minutes left, thereabouts, you're going to round it up. Spotner have to start getting the finger out. This from Mark Gui. He's undergoing a medical. This from Fabrizio James. He's undergoing a medical in London for Liverpool, authorised by Crystal Palace. Liverpool are waiting on Crystal Palace Football Club to approval for the move to be completed ahead of the deadline. This one's going to run and run. Will this one get the extension, do you think?
Yeah, that one will probably go through deal sheet as well. I would. I think if it's going to happen, it will be a late window deal for Mark Gahey. A lot of things to probably hash out with regards to that. And like I said earlier, I do know that the deal is sort of hinged on Palace's ability to bring in a replacement.
Also, just to give you a bit of an update on the Jackson saga that's now taken over deadline day, Jackson's agent says we will exhaust every possibility to get the buy move done. Chelsea and Bayern Munich have made a breakthrough in talks over Nicholas Jackson. Jackson's agent, Ali Barrett, has said to Sky Sport News, we are working on doing everything we can to get Nico the move he deserves. We're still here in Munich. We won't leave until we have exhausted every possibility. We understand Chelsea's situation. I hope they can find a resolution to enable Nico to make their move. Everyone at Bayern has been so welcome and understanding, and we thank them for the continued efforts to desire to sign Nico. Now, am I right to say this, James, that once the transfer window closes, loans can still happen between clubs? Am I right?
Yes, there is a window of opportunity for loan deals. I think it is roughly around about 12 hours for Premier League clubs. After the actual transfer window has slammed shut, so they speak, a loan deal can still happen, but it's 12 hours after the loan market or 24 hours after the transfer market has closed. But when loans like this are happening, there can be no option or obligation to buy included in those deals. They have to be straight up loan deals. They can't include options and obligations in things like that, because that's then them technically signing a player outside of the window.
That's true. Wayne says could be a Spurs thing, pulling the wool over the eyes and pulling a fast one because they have one or two lined up. Boris says I don't see Savinho happen. All of his agents, all his agents and agency has back in Brazil, but I'm sure they can Zoom call, and I'm sure they can. There's other ways of doing it. So I think it would take.
Savio's agent's in England at the moment. He was in England. He came to England last week to try.
Is he still here in England?
Yeah, he's still in. I mean, he's an agent. He's got other Premier League players on his books as well. He is still in England.
If you want Lookman and he wants to go and get the checkbook out, Wayne says there'll be a few deal sheets tonight, a few confirmations tomorrow, I think. How many loan deals can we bring in? Wayne is asking.
Right.
Because there is a limit, isn't there?
Yes, there is. So on players coming in, I believe it is 5 you can have. No limit on loans going out, but coming in, I believe it is 5. I will confirm it. I will get it confirmed. Just bear with me, Wayne, and because I don't want to say yes, it's definitely 5. But I will confirm it for you.
Now, Solomon is one that was supposed to be going today, but Solomon could be staying. I did read this morning that Thomas Frank has liked what he's seen in Solomon and he's prepared to give him another go. So, look, it could be staying. It could be going back to Leeds. We don't know. That's gone very crumbly. Big up to Mary W. She says it's disgraceful leaving it all today. But Mary, we wouldn't have it any other way, would we? Seriously, this is tension and fun on deadline day. And me and James love this. We love deadline day. And if you guys enjoyed this type of coverage that we're giving you, we are going to repeat it, aren't we, James, on deadline day in January. Yep. So we'll be doing exactly the same. So don't worry.
If you guys like it. That's if you guys like it. If you guys like it, please show us that you like it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Leave comments in the chat, pick up your memberships. The more you guys like us and the more you guys want from us, the more we will give you.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little, just going to go through some of the other deals, right to go through. There's Alan Pandrew, Strandberg winger, Daniel Bucky, Bakwa is on the go in the medical at Nottingham Forest. As we know, Fiorentina have signed TICTOC Lamptey from Brighton for 6 million, which is a bit of a steal, really. Liverpool agree a 35 million deal to sign Marky Guru from Palace to Liverpool. Now that's 30 million plus 5 million in add-on. Wrexham signed Ben Shirif from Coventry City for 6.5 million. And Everton striker Joseph Sharaminti arrives at Rangers training ground to go ahead of his medical. Can I just say something on the Crystal Palace defender or captain who's going to Liverpool?
Yeah.
Isn't that how you're supposed to act if you're looking at a transfer deal? Instead of doing what Isaac and Wizard have done.
Yeah.
Do you know? I mean, that is the way to do it,
even as far as Eze did it as well. Eze was very... Yes, although he went to Arsenal over us and how he conducted himself in that bit was a little bit shady to me. But he conducted himself with his own club absolutely impeccably. And that's how players should behave and how they should react. Just an update for Wayne regarding loans, Dermo, because I said I'd find out, and I've got it here. I've got the information here. Right. So a Premier League team can have a maximum of two players on loan from other Premier League clubs at any one time, and no more than 4 from other English clubs over the course of a season. There is also a limit to the amount of international loans that a Premier League club, which currently stands at 3. So in total, you could have 8 players on loan, as long as 2 come from the Premier League, 4 come from other English league, or 2 others from other English clubs,
Mhm.
but that are not in the Premier League, so Championship, League One, League Two sort of players, and then 3 from abroad. So there is scope that Spurs have the option to explore with the Ademola Lookman deal or any other deals. There is also the option to explore the loan market as well. So as it stands at the moment, we have 1 international loanee coming in Randall Kolo Muani. We also have João Paulinho coming from Bayern Munich, which is a loan deal. So we have 1 slot left for a loan from the international sort of side of things. And I don't believe we've actually got anybody else in on loan at the moment. So in effect, we still have 2 Premier League clubs we could loan from and 2 other English clubs we could loan from.
Well, apart from Randall Kulu's coming in. So that's a loan. So is that taking up 1 loan spot then?
Right. So Randall Colomwani, he takes up an international loan slot. So we can have 3 international loan slots. So we've got
Premier League
Randall and, 2 Premier League 1, 4 English ones.
Right.
So the best way to describe it, because we're not going to loan a player probably coming from the lower leagues up.
Yeah.
Doesn't normally work that way. So the best way to think it is you get 2 Premier League loans and 3 international loans. We've already got 2 international loans. So we have 1 other international. So we could get an international loan, another international loan in during the summer. And we could also get 2 Premier League loans on the summer. Wayne Bonner does say, so we could get a loan in for now and pay the transfer fee in January. Absolutely, Wayne, you can. And as soon as you've paid the transfer fee, that then drops off your loan collection and you could then sign a player, sign another player on loan.
Can you double check on this? Seems they're about to send in a new bid immediately for Lookman, since we have sold Kill to Genera. I'm sure you've already all over that Lookman deal. If I'm waiting on that update, I take it.
I'm sending. My source is going to be like probably just throwing his phone out a window every time it goes off. Like if he messages me one more time.
Big up to Wayne. He says, I refuse to pay for Sky and BT. I like these YouTube transfer streams, and Dermot should know I'll always tune in. So keep it up in January. Well, there you go, Wayne. Look, Wayne's enjoying it, so we will keep it up. Sean says, and all Siren says, enjoying the recaps. Big up to you, Shawnee Maddox. Grab your membership, only 99 cents. Shawnee, it's not a lot of money in the big scheme of things, and it is only 99 cents. Now, no latest on Spurs. All the latest is that Spurs have reached an agreement for Kulu, meaning he's now in London to have his medical. We also know that Brian Hill is going to Genoa for 8.65 million. We're still waiting for an update on that. Tottenham Tears have given an update about an hour ago saying about Spurs. I will refresh X as well. On the other monitor, I've got I've got 7 tabs open, completely open. Now we do know last word and Spurs are on, which is which is probably taking all the Spurs fans over there. I mean, at the moment, I'm just got it on X, right? They have 25.3k views on X already. We got 32. Wow. We're doing all right. We're doing all right.
Yeah. I mean, look, we could start a revolution here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ditch Sky, come to thingy. Oh, Sean Maddox, thank you very much for becoming a member. Thank you very much, Big Sean, man.
Thank you very much, sir. Oh, sorry. Big up, Sean, for becoming a YouTube member. See, I told you, be like Sean. 99 cents isn't a lot in these days. And Shawnee, he took the plunge. So, Sean, you've got pre-match member shows coming up. Lovely. Everything coming up. You got that. Big up, Shawnee, and welcome to the family. Have you seen the new I'm actually going to sort of put this picture. This is the funniest picture of the day for me so far. Right. Not banners. What do I want? It's all to do with Isaac, right? Which I think is blooming hilariously funny. Right. Okay. Not comments, banners. Is that what I wanted? No, it wasn't media. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Just see it. Hang on. That's it. Yeah. Right. Okay. This is funny. For me, it's funny, right? This was the picture of Rayton Isaac when he turned up. Okay, I'll get rid of that because we don't need that. I will get that for you in a minute, guys. This is actually, I love what people do on X, by the way, when they do these sort of design pictures, by the way. It is funny. This was Isaac this morning, James. Hang on, just let me take that down. This was Isaac's pilot this morning, taking him to Liverpool. This was his pilot this morning. Could you imagine him turning up and seeing Alan Shearer?
Yeah.
That would have been funny. He was very critical of VAR. Well, it's all going a bit quiet at the moment, guys. So what we're going to do, we're going to talk a little bit about VAR and the absolutely shambolic way it has been run over the weekend, guys. Alan Shearer did, talking about Alan Shearer did make an option. Hang on, I'm just going to see if I've got a latest on the deal for Jackson.
Okay.
Right, it's now gone through. Chelsea and Bayern Munich have reached a deal for Jackson, and Chelsea have got what they wanted. They've got an obligation to buy. Now, I don't know how much the obligation is, but now a deal has been agreed between Chelsea and Bayern Munich. Nicholas Jackson is going to join Bayern Munich on loan with an obligation to buy. So that means Chelsea now have to get in the market for a new striker because of the injury to Delap. Now, where does that leave Chelsea then, striker-wise then, James? They've got, what, 3 hours and 25 minutes
25 minutes?
To get a deal in. Can they get one in?
So, I was just trying to think of what's available on the market. I mean, Rafael Leao's available, I suppose. There's not many available out there that you would say are going to influence and sort of walk into a Chelsea first team.
Yeah.
You could say Kai Havertz. Yeah, you could say, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I just want to just before I dive into that, a little bit of an update for you. Literally,
that's the price as the buy option, 65 million for the obligation to buy.
Wow,
that is ridiculous. We'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, go on, James. You go into what you just heard, sir.
Yeah. Just a little bit of different kind of news coming out of Tottenham, and could explain the players' sort of performance on Saturday. Pedro Porro.
Daniel Levy's leaving Tottenham. Is that who you're about to tell us? He's leaving Spurs as we now speak. Is that what you're telling us?
I wish I was. No, Pedro Porro has welcomed his first child to his family. So I've welcomed a baby boy to their family. He was born early hours of this morning, and it just states, serious congratulations to Pedro and his partner. This is wonderful news, but it might explain why I looked a little distracted on Saturday. So there you go. Pedro Porro has got a little boy, and apparently Spurs have already signed up an option for Porro Jr.
Interesting. Right. Now, bringing in latest Nicholas Jackson, which was one of the other big deals today. No, Lookman. I'm sure you're waiting for a response on Lookman. So have you asked the question? I'm sure you have. You're just waiting on the response, I take it.
Yes, yeah, I'm waiting on a response on that.
Now, I need to go to the loo because at the moment, when you become nearly 50, you drink and you have to piss I'm getting up at 4 a.m. to go to the toilet. It's ridiculous, James. You got this to look forward to, man. You do. You have this to look forward to. That's all right.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
That's right. Now, Brian have agreed to take Jackson with an obligation to buy for 65 million, but there was also a 16.5 million loan fee as well.
Wow.
Bayern have been mugged.
Not only have they been mugged, they've been held up. Like, that is daylight robbery. 16.5 million on top of 65. Oh, wow, that makes him 81.5 million pound for Nicholas Jackson. That's obscene money.
Wayne goes, amen, Dermot. I'm in the same boat with big up to Davo. Giants, big up Dermot and James. Just popping this in news on Kulu Mania. He's the only one in today for Spurs. Yeah, we are expecting more. Look, we know we've got 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 19 seconds. Please, please do not worry yet. Tottenham are going to do a last-minute deal. I can feel it in my bones. James can feel it in his bones as well. We are going to do it. I'm going to pop off for 5 minutes. James, I leave it to you just to go over. There's Philip Brady's response to it. Big price to pay for a donkey.
Yeah. Very much so. Very much so.
So do you agree with this? Before I go, there'd be 2 in this window for Tottenham today.
What, 2 more or 2 in total?
2 more. 2 in total.
2 more. 2 in total and 2 more are two different numbers there.
I would love 2 more. I would love 2. I would love 3 in total, but I mean, 2 in total. Sorry.
So you're thinking Mawani and possibly Lookman with no sort of backup in defence, right? I get that. Look, I think yes, it could be 2 more. 2 more in total, or 2 in total for the window. It just seems to have died down a little bit at White Hart Lane, and maybe that's that. I say White Hart Lane, it isn't White Hart. It'll always be White Hart Lane to me. Until the Tottenham Stadium. So yes, there could be another deal. There could be another deal to be had. Whether or not that deal, whether or not we get another youngster come in, or we sign somebody for the future, I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to see where we go, and I do believe that there is plenty of time still left in this window. I mean, like I say, we've got just over 3 hours 20 minutes left. Talks are still ongoing with Lookman. I know that we could be looking at Benjamin Pavard as well from Inter Milan, with Inter Milan bringing in Akanji. We could still bring that deal through the door. Transfer deadline day is an exciting day, but we've got to be careful of not getting carried away on every rumour that goes out. I think the Mawani deal is probably going to be the big deal of this window, unless we get the Lookman deal in. I think that will trump it, because Mawani is only actually on a loan, as we've discussed. I'm just trying to find some. I'm still waiting on any kind of update, guys, with regards to Lookman. The Lookman deal and things like that. So let's have a look, see what's happened. So last 5 minutes, Leicester have signed Julian Carranza from Feyenoord on a season-long loan with an option to buy. That's happened in the last 5 minutes. Okay, so the figures Dermo were quoting was euros, not pounds. So the actual deal for Nicholas Jackson is a 14.2 million loan fee in English pounds with an obligation of 56.2, which still makes it 70.4 million pound. Crystal Palace are looking to finalise the move for Mania Solomon to join from Tottenham. Solomon has turned down a number of opportunities already this summer. One source has told Sky Sports News that they are very confident that the deal will be confirmed. What else have we got coming through Sky Sports? Samuel Chukwueze is undergoing a medical with Fulham. They have agreed with AC Milan a season-long loan plus an option to buy permanently. The package is somewhere between 21 and 26 million. Isaac leaves Liverpool training ground to complete his next stage of his medical. And then we are pretty much up to date. Yeah, Paul Merson just chatting absolute waffle on Sky Sports regarding Nicholas Jackson. He says, "I'm amazed no one has come in for Nicholas Jackson. How Newcastle haven't gone after him, I don't know. Instead, they've gone and bought in that player Nick Voltmead. I don't know what's going to happen. I've never seen him play. Nicholas Jackson is a handful. For me, he made Parma as good as Parma made him. Aston Villa don't look like scoring a goal for Toffee, and there are deals to be done. I am flabbergasted this lad hasn't gone anywhere in the Premier League. If this was a few years back, they'd have told him, come home, and he'd have said, I'm coming. Now they say, I'm not coming back, and that's just the way it is. I'm shocked he hasn't gone anywhere else. Bayern Munich is a great club, but everyone wants to play in the Premier League." Yeah, again, it's player power. He sees that he's going to have options in thingy. Yeah, Giant Palace do one. Palace do one. Mano Solomon, and I would agree we should charge them triple, not just double. Where in question, if Paratici is weaving his magic, then could Lang be sneaking in other transfers? So, yeah, you could say Lang could be looking at some rejects. I don't know what rejects. Lang's that rejected himself. He could be rejecting decent players. We haven't actually taken any rejects in Gerrard, to be honest. The only player we're looking at bringing in is Randall Colonwani, medical complete, just waiting for the all confirmed. So Wayne also says, I find it interesting that with Moani, clubs want a loan rather than a permanent. Yeah, because if he goes to another club and has a great season, like if Colonwani comes to us as a blinding season in the Premier League, then with no option and no obligation on it, then they can charge whatever kind of money they want, and other clubs might be interested in him. Yeah, there is, Sean. Absolutely. Lots of late dominoes. This window could still turn up some really big deals. And James Merson talks rubbish. Half the time he's incoherent. I think half the time he contradicts himself as well, Giant. Wayne also saying he calls for new Newcastle striker Voldemort. Makes it easy. Yeah, that's a good shout. Good shout. And Sean Maddox saying he's a bit of a knobhead. English pundits are too cocky. They think everyone wants to play on the Prem and don't watch enough of the other leagues. I agree. There is. I do think the lure of other leagues, German league, Spanish league is still there, and we shouldn't just think, oh, just because the Premier League's interested in him, he's gonna definitely jump to the Premier League. Jagji, yes, we are going for Lookman. We are still in negotiations with Atlanta. It just seems that we're haggling over price at the moment. That's the latest update I've got. I haven't got anything else. I cannot tell you what I can't give you any information that I don't have, but we are still looking at Ademola Lookman, and we are still hopeful that we will get this deal done. I think what Spurs are trying to do is sort of delay the Lookman deal enough so that it kind of tips Atlanta's hand that if they really do want him off the books, we get a loan with an obligation or an option on it. But like I say, anything could happen. They could still say that no, it's only going to be the last of the permanence. So we'll just have to wait and see with regards to the Ademola Lookman. But yes, we are interested.
Right, what
Bayern have taken up nothing much, Dermo, nothing much really. I was just going through some of the chat. People dissing Paul Merson again because he chats absolutely waffles. He's flabbergasted over Nicholas Jackson going to Bayern Munich. Is basically
I would be for that fucking price. To be fair,
well, the fee is £14.2 million loan fee and £56 million obligation. So the total package is actually £70.5 million, €84 million. But so. And he's flabbergasted that no other club, Villa, Newcastle, haven't gone in for him. Well, if he wants to play in a big league, let him play in a big league. Manor Solomon is finalising his loan move to Palace. Do apologise about the noisy
right, because I did read.
Guys.
That's okay. I did read he was staying at Tottenham, so that is a bit of an up to. So Hill and Solomon leaving, that then leaves a space for Lookman. Then
it does
to come in. So I think that is going to be good.
This was breaking from Michael Bridge. Latest from Sky Sports News. Michael Bridge, Crystal Palace are looking to finalise the loan move for Manor Solomon to join from Tottenham. Solomon has turned down a number of opportunities already this summer. One source has told Sky Sports News that Crystal Palace are very confident the deal will be confirmed. So that is the latest from Michael Bridge at Tottenham. So, yeah.
Leeds are in talks for Wilson. Leeds are in talks for Fulham over the signing of Harry Wilson. Now, this is the quote from. I'm reading this quote for the first time, by the way, James, of what Paul Merson had to say. He goes, I'm not Paul Merson, so don't attack me. All right. I am amazed one has come in. And I'm going to start off there by just saying, who does he think he is, James, by saying one? Seriously, I'm amazed no one has come in for Nicholas Jackson. How Newcastle haven't gone after him, or maybe Newcastle think he's a load of crap. I don't know how. Instead, they've gone and bought a player in Nick Wormstone. I don't know what's going to happen. He keeps saying today, "I don't know the lad. I don't know the lad." He's like Sky Sports have wheeled him out, and he has no jack about any player coming in, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have never seen him play. Well, that's funny. It's a handful for me. He's a Chelsea fan. Of course, he's going to big up Nicholas Jackson.
Yeah.
What an idiot. What an absolute plonker. Sunderland hold the option to sign Gertie Ruder.
Gertruda.
Yeah. Leicester are confirming Carrie and Nanza signing as well from Feyenoord. As we know, 17 minutes ago, as we broke on here, at the same time. Sky were doing it. Deal agreed for Jackson to join Bayern Munich. As you say, and James broke this morning, by the way, so I want to give a big shout for James. He broke this in the morning show when nobody else was breaking it. James broke this news first, and we broke it first here on the channel, that Solomon is finalising and Palace move to Palace. Now, where does that leave wingers then? Hill going, Solomon going. Are Tottenham clearing the decks for Lookman?
Could be. Very much well could be. Get the wages off, get the wages out of the club, clear a little bit of space. Not as much competition for space on that left wing. So I think it very well could be, and I think it could be just a case of let's get these outgoings confirmed before we take the next next step.
Do you agree with Boris that do you agree with Boris that the next 3 hours could be mad at Tottenham?
Absolutely. I think all day's been mad pretty much with regards to thinking. I just want to do. I don't like really doing it, but it's there. I've got to break it. Piero Hincapié is finalising his move to them from Bayer Leverkusen. It's understand he's had his medical and agreed terms. The deal is a loan with an option. The total fee, if the option is triggered, is worth £45 million. Hincapié's move will allow Jacob Kiwior to formally complete his transfer to Porto. Arsenal bought Kiwior from Spezia for $20 million in January 2023, and he will go out on loan. So again, more domino effect happening there. So Hincapié leaving Bayer Leverkusen to go to Arsenal, and then that will enable Jacob Kiwior to trigger his move to go to Porto, and that is pretty much as up to date.
Also, the young Irish lad has moved from where's he moved from? He's moved to Sheffield United from Obi. I call them Obi-Wan. That's his nickname I give him. He's gone to Sheffield United from where was he playing? It was off the top of my head. I know he's gone. I'm trying to find the deal if I can. What's his fucking name? It will come to me. The club he plays for. It's a Premier League club, I think. Anyway, it comes to me. But he's joined Sheffield United on loan to the end of the season. What's his fucking? His name will come to me. If I can find Sheffield United, I'm trying to go back through the deals. I'm sure it will come up. Yang has poised to leave Celtic for Birmingham. I'm really upset with that, actually. Celtic winger Heung-min Yang is travelling to England ahead of a possible move to Celtic's. Colin Gallagher is not moving anywhere today, James, a player that we have been linked with. He's now going to stay at Atletico Madrid. We're coming up to 3 hours to go. Vardy's undergoing a medical 3 hours ago. He's now joining a team of Serie A. Celtic pushing. We are pushing Celtic up. Chelsea. Celtic are pushing to sign the Hambury IF winger Sebastian Tunicki. It's understood an offer around 5.2 million quid. Leicester trump Wexford for James. So Jordan James has joined Leicester. So he's going there, trying to keep up with the championship talks as well, guys. Is there any deals today that you've thought I didn't see that coming? Is any deals today really hit you between the right in the face? Go fuck me! I didn't see that happen.
Chelsea signing their
and that's for the chat as well.
Chelsea signing their 11th player again. Another big window for Chelsea on the amount of players that they're bringing in. It's a bit of an odd one. The I can never pronounce the name. Bucanetta going from Brighton to Chelsea. Bit of a strange one, really. He was all tipped to sign for Leeds, so obviously Chelsea seen something that other Premier League clubs haven't, and they've decided to jump all over that. So is
I'm just right. Yeah, go on. Sorry, boss.
It's all right. I'm just reading myself.
We're trying to get the best latest news for you guys. As I said, I've got about 8 tabs open on my computer, and we're trying at all times to get here. Now, I mean, Tottenham are looking. This is from Football Fancast, and Tottenham are very much active in the summer transfer window winds down. Clubs all over Europe are scrambling to wrap up their very deals. Thomas Frank's side eager to add some great creativity and quality to the side. As you said, Pavard is somebody they are looking at as well. Now, Tottenham's most notable deadline day signings, James and the chat. Rafa van der Vaart, 8 million was signed on deadline day. Hugo Lloris was also signed on deadline day. Dele Alli was signed on deadline day. Lucas Moura was signed on deadline day. We had 2 loans, including Kulu and Lesoso was signed on deadline day. Bentancur was signed on deadline day. And I didn't realise 47.5 million we spent for Brendan Johnson on deadline day. I didn't think that was a deadline day signing, but apparently
that was a late deadline day window as deadline day deal. That was like at the 11th hour. That was like and like a 10 o'clock at night deal was that one. I remember that one.
So Spurs have also, and this is now from the Spurs web. I don't know if it's the same deal you've been talking about. If not, this might be a new deal. I'm using Spurs News Now. It's News Now, and you put in Tottenham, it comes up with all the Tottenham things on there, James. That's the one I mainly use. I'm trying for it to come up. It's just loading at the moment. From the Spurs web, that a few hours about who they're talking about. 20 million. Said they want around 20 million to sell Solomon. Do you think they get the 20 million, or what do you think? Do you think it might be a loan to buy with 20 million? Do you think?
I think it'll be. We know it's been
fine. Yeah, we know he's finalising the deal. So, are we looking at 20 million or 15? What do you reckon?
I'd be looking at about 15 to 20. 15 to 20 million. I've just put a new banner on as well, by the way, Dermo. I do apologise if you.
Sorry. No, you're grand. Why would I do? Why would I feel like that? You know, you do what you have to do. I'm quite busy trying to get all the news like you are. Our main source of all times, he goes on holiday. He goes on holiday last week, and he's still on holiday. I'm gonna have stern words with him when he gets back. I will. I'm gonna. Not unless you want to text him, James. Do you?
I'm gonna refrain from that one.
I'm
really?
I'm very tempted, but I'm refraining from it as well. But I'm very tempted. But I thought, no, I don't fancy the rollicking I might get. Right, big up to Philip. Don't think getting Kudos, Palunia, Xavi, and Randall, and probably Lookman is a hatchet's job. It's the opposite. Improving our starting. Who said it was a hatchet? Jawa said another hatchet job by Levika. Right, I'm going to say it now. We've got 3 hours of the window. 4 o'clock, James. Let's go through the latest. What has happened today? Do you want to start us off with this morning with the unbelievable news of this deal come out of nowhere for Randall Kulu, joining from PSG to Tottenham. So give us the latest on Tottenham's transfer activity of the 25-26 deadline day.
Right, so the latest update that we have regarding Spurs at this hour of 4 o'clock, 2 hours in, Dermo. 2 hours in, it's just flying.
It's gone like that.
Yeah, 2 hours in. So Brian Hill being sold to Girona 8.5 million deal confirmed. Just waiting on the finalisation of that. That is pretty much a done and dusted. He's going out. Good, not Girona, Genoa. Sorry, my apologies. If we do have any Genoa fans watching along. Yeah, deal done, 8.5 million. Mana Solomon going to Crystal Palace is still going ahead. Nothing being confirmed yet. Looking like a loan with an obligation to buy for around about the 15 to 20 million mark. Another player leaving the club and on the way out. Now, players who we were linked with, Manuel Akanji. He has got the here we go from Fabrizio Romano, leaving Manchester City to sign for Inter Milan. That deal is a £15 million deal. But that could also open the door for Spurs to then try and tempt Benjamin Pavard from Inter Milan to Spurs. Nothing really concrete happening with regards to that deal yet, just sort of rumours at the moment, but we are still trying to get any of the latest and breaking news regarding that. And as you can see, scrolling across the bottom is Randall Colomwani has completed his medical at Spurs. So his medical is complete and will be officially announced as a Spurs player very, very soon. And the Ademola Lookman deal is still very much in the pipeline. Spurs are still deep in negotiations with Atalanta. As far as I'm aware, nothing that has been said to me that contradicts this, that we are still optimistic of getting this deal done. So obviously, Ademola Lookman to Spurs is still very much on as we speak.
Right, Tottenham Talk 20 minutes ago sourced this out, saying the delay in Tottenham signing the left winger was due to trying to offload Hill and Solomon. Brian Hill has left. Solomon looks set to leave the club. Once Solomon leaves, the dominoes will fall into place. Just to give you another bit of an update, an hour ago, a Merlin Rowley to Everton deal done. Full agreement has been reached by Feinberg. It's aligned with an obligation buy set of 25 million. So Everton sort of, did nothing early in the window, James. Starting to gather momentum, haven't they?
Yeah.
In the last few
they've
weeks
sort of
in the
sprung
window.
to life.
Also, as we know, the Crystal Palace defender Guri is waiting for Liverpool to pro for that deal to come in. But the biggest deal of the day, the British transfer record, we're still waiting for confirmation on this deal to happen as well, James, is Isaac from Newcastle to Liverpool. Fulham agreed Fulham have agreed a 22 million deal for Chelsea for Tyrak George. Liverpool agree a 35 million deal to sign Marco Giri. But the biggest deal out of the lot, 125 million for Isaac to Liverpool. He is having his second part of the medical. 3 hours to go, 2 hours and 55 minutes to go now, James. Will that deal get over the line? Because it's important to do. And also, to add to that for Liverpool fans, Harvey Elliott has been given permission to undergo an Aston Villa medical. So a lot going up in the north, a lot of players coming, a lot of players going. Man City letting players go as well. They've got the goalkeeper situation in Manchester, which I think is mad. You've got Aston Villa. You don't know if their keeper's staying or going. Nothing's come out. No, Aston Villa haven't come out and said Martinez is not going anywhere. Manchester United are signing a goalkeeper from Antwerp for 15 or 12 and a half, 15 million euro.
Yeah.
You're sitting there, you're hammer on. Who will you be shouting at for your chairman to buy, Martinez or the Antwerp goalkeeper? Because if you look at Man City, with Edison going to Fenerbahce, the PSG keeper going in, he's not great with his feet. And you look how bad Man City were at the weekend, by the way.
Yeah.
So what do you reckon of this whole goalkeeper mess up in Manchester? Because it is a bit of a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more of a merry-go-round of goalkeepers. If I'm Ruben Amorim, I'm probably sat there and pulling my hair out, to be fair. He's probably going to end up looking like Eric Ten Hag by the end of his transfer window.
What,
to be
being
honest.
sacked?
Bald and sacked, you know what I mean? It's like...
Is that what you get for joining Manchester United as manager? You become a Phil Mitchell lookalike. If anyone watches these senders, they know that what I'm getting at. Wazza is just he's leaving the training ground. Look, let's do with the goalkeepers. Are you, from a fan point of view, if you're a Manchester, you're saying your column, right? We know who's a big Manchester United fan. I know Mr. B and all that will be joining us probably for the last hour from Man United Agenda, so which is great to get them lads on. Would they be pulling their hair out today, or do you think their window? If you look at their window, Anthony's gone, Lindelof's gone, Sancho's gone, but you're buying a goalkeeper from Anthrop. Are you pulling your hair out a little bit?
You've got to think of how Manchester United I'm thinking of how Man United have spent the money this window, and yes, they've signed some big players, but have they been smart with the money? That's my thoughts regarding it. And I'd like to say they have, but they haven't. They've been a little bit wasteful. You would think that the players that they brought in was going to certainly improve the team, but it doesn't really seem to be working at the moment. Now, then they start to ask for questions. Is that tactics? Is it the manager? Is it the players just not on board? So it's a little bit interesting with regards to that. One thing I will say as well, just thinking about the Nicholas Jackson move to Bayern Munich.
I'm still shocked for you.
Yeah, but as a question to you and the chat, Dermo, do you think that this opens the door for Harry Kane's return to Tottenham? Because they are going to have Nicholas Jackson coming in, who they're going to have spent big money on, and they're not going to really want him to sit on a bench. And is then the beginning of the end of Harry Kane's journey in Bayern Munich, and he could come back to Spurs either in January or next summer?
I can see him coming back in January, and I thought they'd go through my head, but it sort of went out as it went in. But you make a very good point that they're not going to want Nicholas Jackson. They see him as the future. They see him as the player going forward. Harry Kane is as good as he is. He wants to break the Premier League record. And would he be the final piece of Thomas Frank's jigsaw? Do you think that's why they only got Randall on loan, knowing that they're going to get Harry Kane back next year?
Very much so. Could be. It could be. That'd be a damn good bit of business if it were. But I still think Randall Kolo Muani is going to definitely change our strike force. So I would like to see him be signed permanently. Personally, I think he is a phenomenal player, and I would like to see him signed permanently either in January or next summer as well. Sorry, I'm just reading this latest tweet from Paul O'Keefe.
Is it the one saying that Tottenham are not in for any wingers?
No, it says you never know. Someone posted him a question at Paul O'Keefe. Do you think one more through the door after Muani, Paul? And he says, you never know. They're not ruling anything out, including a left winger and a centre back. So you never know. You never know.
No, you don't.
Really...
Nothing. Look, let's talk about Tottenham signing this window. 1 minute ago. This is from Last One on Spurs. Can I just say again, James broke this morning. James broke this in the morning show. So, if you want to go back and look at the morning show that James brilliantly done this morning, absolutely the best morning deadline day show on YouTube. Show it a lot of love. Show him a lot of love because he's a brilliant co-host. He's a great host as well on the channel. An absolute godsend. This lad landed in my lap. to join the channel. Do you know, Colin kept him hidden. He kept him hidden in the background. He was trying to block everything Tottenham from him. Do you know, he joins the channel and he's been brilliant. So do get to that show this morning. That Crystal Palace are now looking to finalise a loan that we all know because James broke that a while ago. Now, no need to get embarrassed. You know, I was praising you. It's true, though.
I know.
You did land on my lap. Your cousin's got an awful lot to answer for, keeping you away from the Tottenham channel. You know,
he does.
You were brave to become a Spurs fan and a family of Man United fans, by the way. We did talk about that the weekend. I said to somebody, I said, yeah, James was a rebel. That's why he did it.
Yeah.
He was a bit of a James Dean. Now, Tottenham's transfer window looks near to be enough done, but we know there could be one more signing coming in. Big up the side dancer as well. Big up Dermot. Any news, we will bring you up to the latest site. Do pick up, and please, guys, please pick up your memberships. They're 99 cents. They've got so much membership stuff coming up. Now, Koto Taki, 5.8 million. Mohamed Kudus, first team player, 63.8 million. Paulunia, first team player, ready, 30 million. Loan to buy, 30 million. I think that might go down to 15 million by this time next summer, I think. Xavi Simons, 65 million. And Randall Kulu, loan, which might turn into a loan to buy or loan to save for around, how much would you say for him about?
Figures being quoted are anywhere vary depending on which article, which news outlet you're reading.
Yeah.
It could be as little as 26 million all the way up to 60 million.
60 million. So
I would put it sort of conservatively around about 45 million mark.
Yeah. You look at that window and you look with the protests and everything. Look, I am going to still say Levy still needs to go. I'm not saying he doesn't, but can you please give them, Paratici gets hold of the window. Look what happens, James. You leave it to land. Yeah. Out of 10, with them players in, Taki Kudos, Paulunia, Simmons, and Randall Kulu, plus Lookman, who could come in at the end at the death, what do you give that?
At the moment, I'm giving our window a good solid 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think it's. I see Tequila's joined us, and he's
still surprised we're going. Tequila, we're going to 8 o'clock tonight, man, and then I'm back on at 10 to 11. James has already been on this morning between 9 and 10, so we're putting in the shift today for you. Yeah. We are. What we're putting in the shift today, son.
So I forgot what I was saying now. I've lost my train of thought.
You were saying about you give it a 7 out of 10, but
yes, yeah. So I think at the moment it's a solid 7 out of 10. I think if we take the Lookman deal, if we get the Lookman deal, I would then nudge it maybe to an 8, possibly. If we could get Pavard or a decent centre back as sort of a backup option, maybe a 7.5, 8.5, depending on the Lookman deal as well. Big up, Mary. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I just at the moment we're on a knife edge right now.
Yeah,
this window could be a massive success, or we could all be sat here with massive egg on our faces.
If you look at the players we brought in, James, though, all first team players, all ready to go into the first team.
Yeah.
When have we ever done that in the window? We never have.
It's been. I would probably say. The last time we probably did that was when we sold Gareth Bale and we splurged on the floppy 7, as I call them. Apart from Ericsson and Lamella were probably the only two sort of players that came in and sort of stuck around. I'm just reading
What?
Tequila's
I know.
comments. This
I
is an
know.
8 out of 10. I love you, James, man, but this window an 8 out of 10. Yeah, the entire window. If we can get a quality centre back, Tequila and Lookman in, I think why not? I think it strengthens his entire front line.
It does. I'm giving it probably 7 out of 10 too. I'm probably with you on that. I'll probably agree with you, James. I'm Christopher Henshaw. I don't think Lookman will happen with 2 hours and 44 minutes left. It's getting tight, isn't it? It's getting tight for Lookman. But we're not. We're not giving up.
It
hope.
is.
We're not giving up.
No.
Hope.
Look, as we at 5 to 7 tonight, Chris. At 5 to 7 tonight, Spurs could throw in a deal sheet that's signed by Lookman, signed by Spurs, signed by Atlanta, and we could have the 2 hours extra to get that deal over the line and completed, and that could happen at 5 to 7. This is going to be that deal. I think is the deal that's going to go down to the wire for us.
Yeah,
but I like to say we were waiting on the confirmation of Mania, and once that was done, I think we were then going to pivot to our next target, which was Lookman. At the moment, excuse me. At the moment, we don't have any further update with regards to what's going to happen with Lookman.
Can I just say,
we're just waiting.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Now, a little bit more on the Marco Guru deal from Palace Liverpool. That is a 35 million plus a 10% sell-on fee from Liverpool to Palace. So Palace have actually got a 10% sell-on fee. Now, if you think back to January, we offered them 70 million for Guru back then.
Yeah, we did.
We offered them 70 million and they turned that down. I think Palace were mad.
Now they're getting half of it.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's just this. This is the lull period, I think. Do you know that? This is the bit where everything goes a little bit quiet, a little bit funny, and then you wait. Last hour, everything's gonna go absolutely mental. Guys, we've been on now for 2 hours and 80 minutes. We are going all the way to 7 or 8 o'clock, guys, so do stay with us for the latest. I'm back tonight at 10 to 11 to round up the window and call it as I see it. Of course, everybody else has their own opinion, but I'm going to call it as I see it myself. I mean... Right, let's talk about the rest of the Premier League, James. Let's talk about other teams. Let's pick on Brentford. They've had a very weird window, haven't they? They've lost their manager. Yeah. They've lost now Wizard. They've bought in a few players as well. They've got a good win over the weekend as well. Do you think Brentford might be okay this season? I know they're in our bottom threes, most of ours to go down, but if you look at the way Villa have started, they've lost 3 out of 3. Nobody saw that coming. Do you think that it's all said and done, that Brentford might be okay?
It's a tricky one, really, with regard to Brentford, because the players that they have signed are decent enough replacements. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to gel into the team, it's I still see them as really struggling this season. I'm just reading the comments. Sorry, Tequila, you do make me chuckle. It's also very distracting. Let me hide them away a minute. There we go. I'm not getting distracted by Tequila's comments. Yeah, so I was just sat back reading. I was trying to get some. I was just trying to read a text message. It's the reason why.
Is that from our man? Is he giving us good news?
No news at the moment, Dermo. He is.
I think he deserves a phone call from you. He needs a phone call from you to say, "Oi, Saucy, get your finger out and get it done."
Yeah. What, the one that you use or the one that I use? Because the one that I use has been pretty much on the ball.
The one I use,
far.
I'm still waiting for Tequila to put an oi in. Don't do it, Tequila, but I will know if you have seen it. It went, oi, any news, bud?
Yeah. I mean, I'll send him a message. I have no issue in doing that. Here we go. I will.
Do you know, you look at the international break, right? We always shut. It's very hard because usually when we do shows, I organise the shows. I have everything organised. I know what I'm talking about. This one, I decided just to go with it. What happens, happens. Bournemouth have signed a defender, Victor Milivojevic. I take it he's from Croatia, has signed to from Bournemouth. VAR, that's what we were talking about earlier on, and we got really sidetracked on it, right? That one Dermo used needs his backside. Well, you know, you can always send him a message, Tequila.
He has,
has he? Has he?
He has.
Hang on, let me see. Yeah. I'm gonna miss these. I'm gonna. I can't. Do you know what? I've got to wait 6 months that this all starts again. Do you know that? It goes quiet. I get withdrawal symptoms from transfer windows because every day I'm on Newsbeat. Newsbeat then gets put away for 6 months too. That gets. Guys, very quickly, do join me and Dave Harris tomorrow as Irish Lads Talk Spurs. We're live at 1 with our podcast. It does resume. So me and Dave we're going to talk about transfer window, Tottenham and Thomas Frank. So do join us at 1 for that. VAR, James, it's been an absolute shambles this weekend. You look at the Fulham game, Chelsea game. You look at other decisions. You look at our game with Bournemouth. Hooper didn't send off the player for dragging him back.
No.
Alan Shearer, I did put it in our private group chat. I put it into the wrong one. So I will put it into the right one. And you can give it a bit of a watch. But VAR was brought in, James, for not to get involved in the games, to help with decisions that are too difficult for the referee to sort out. And also, I can't remember the third one. I think the third one's not to influence the referee's decision or not to referee the game. VAR hasn't done any of them threes. They're refereeing the games, they're influence decisions, and they're missing the obvious ones where they should be getting. It's down to the Premier League to get rid of it. It's down to the 20 clubs to get rid of it. Why haven't they? If they're all complaining about it, why haven't they?
Because they complain when it goes against them and when it's fine when it goes for them. In a nutshell. Just like the fans will complain when VAR goes against them, but when VAR is used and gives them an advantage or gives them a dubious penalty or a marginal offside is given in the way of the attacking player, the fans love it. So I think VAR will be here to stay. I don't think we'll ever get rid of it now.
No.
Unless they make some astronomically big fuck up. And Sean Maddox says it as well. VAR isn't the problem. Bad refs are. Need to fix that first.
Yeah,
absolutely, Sean. Absolutely agree with that.
Guys, can you do us also a favor? I've been rollicked in the background, so I'm going to have to do this. I'm very sorry. I should have thought of this before. This channel is being sponsored by Private Internet Access. the best VPN around. I used it on Saturday to watch the Bournemouth game. Not a problem. Not a hitch. Not a problem. Though I did complain about it on Saturday because I said it was doing some. I don't know if it was my internet. My internet's been playing up, so it could be that. I am changing provider. We had Air come round, and we're now getting 5 gig speed internet speed. I don't know what speed you get in England, but Virgin here, 5 gig internet fiber speed.
Nice.
Virgin were the quickest here with 2 gig. Now Air gone up. I don't know what speed you get in England.
I get a gig if I'm lucky.
But anyway, this is the best VPN around. But you don't hear me and James talk about it because we'll just say it wrong. We're going to pass it over to our main man who does it. He is a famous Manchester United fan. He's very famous in Doncaster. We'll be down in Tottenham, running onto the pitch, start naked, doing the streak as Doncaster will. If Doncaster beat Tottenham, James will be holding him by the scruff of the neck. Don't do it. But he will do it. He's going to kill me for this. He is on holiday, so hopefully he's not watching. If you are, I'm sorry. On that bombshell, here's our column. Why do I call them our column? He's your cousin. But anyway, here's our column talking about private internet access. Me and James can now go for a piss, a sandwich, and something to eat. We're back in a few.
Let me talk to you. A little reference there. But I'm going to stop messing about. I'm going to talk to you about private internet access, the best VPN in the land. Now, when you're online, you may not realize, but all of your data is there for the taking by anybody. With a VPN such as private internet access, your data is safe and secure, streamlined, and nobody else can get hold of it. That's why I use one anyway. VPN's very easy to use. Private internet access, all you got to do is log on your phone, select where you want to be. So I want to be in America, and I click go, and there we are. You can also link up your devices to it from your phone if that is easier for you. It's available on a lot of platforms as well, as you can see, and you can use it for a very, very big range of things. So that's even better as well. You can use it, like I said, on all your devices, smartphone, tablets, gaming consoles, and stick it on your modem. And it's unlimited devices. One equals all. It's available all across the world, and it works perfectly. What they do is they mask your IP address, so pesky 3 o'clock kickoffs aren't an issue anymore, and they're independently audited, so there's no logs, 30 million customers, and 4.5-star Trustpilot rated excellent review. Private internet access. Get yours now.
Yes, do get yours now, guys. It is it is €45 for 2 years plus 4 months free. So do get yours now. Very, very good indeed. I use it. James uses it. If you never want to miss another Tottenham game on the Saturday 3 o'clock, do get the private internet access. The link is in the description below. Right. This is a big thing as well, because after tonight, Thomas Frank will soon have to finalise his Premier League and UEFA Champions League squad, listed as first team squad of 27. And then the UEFA competitions, our maximum squad size is 22. Out of that lot, James, do you think Basuma could be the one that could left out completely?
Yeah. I don't think he'll get squad number. Personally, sorry, I'm reading. Again, I'm just trying to get any updates I can, and it's a weird angle of me. I know, I apologise, but you see the side of my head. I'm just trying to get myself comfy a little bit.
Right, we're down to 2.5 hours left of the window, guys. Come on, Tottenham, get Lookman in. Come on, get Lookman in. Come on, give me and James something really to get buzzed about. We are expecting a couple of guests on as well. The killer does ask the question. You had air come around. Internet ain't provided by oxygen, Dermot. It is. It's EAI. Air. It's an Irish internet company. And I feel sorry for you and Tequila because we have really good internet here, and it seems that you lads really don't.
Our internet
Tequila
networks
says,
have
James, you
always
look
been
fabulous. It's your good side profile. Hair looks good, very nice. Do you know, he never praises me how I look. You know what I mean? I think there's some
That's 'cause I look
favor
good.
Yeah. You trying to tell us something here, Tequila? You got a bit of a man crush on James, have you? Oh dear. Wayne Bonner is laughing and would looking angry at the same time. Fair enough. No, because you keep the same. Yeah, I cannot. Right, so if I did that, then there you go. Hi, this is the weird looking Tottenham channel. We'll co-host it wherever they want.
We're looking to the side, not at the camera.
Yeah. We're looking towards the future where Tottenham might buy somebody.
Yeah.
James changes it up. He looks fab. Thanks, Tequila. Then we've got
Jagjeep.
Right. Is there anyone possible to come now? Yes, there is. Do not fret. Do not fret. It will happen. Dave says a pair of bookends. Oh, dude. Which side? Which bookends are we though? That is the thing. That's what we want to know. We've got Wayne 2.5 hours left, and I've still no phone call to sign me. Well, look, I tell you what we do, Wayne. Right, me and Jay. Look, if you speak to Tequila, he is our paratici of the channel. We will offer you a 1-year contract to join the channel. You have to do a minimum of 2 streams a week. And I let you talk your wages out with Tequila. He is our paratici. So we'll see, can we make our own deadline day signing? Tequila, it's up to you, sir. You know, you're the paratici of the channel. He says, I've been called worse than a bookend. Oh, well. There you go. Live game. I'm big up, Johnny. It says, Dermatron, you look amazing. Thank you so much. Window not over yet, Wayne Bonner. Don't put your phone down. Will you work for $4.99 an hour? Oh, could have our own little deadline deal. I talked to my agent once again. Do you know, James, aren't you his agent or something? He should be talking to you.
He should be talking to me, absolutely.
Yeah, as
Wayne,
Tequila made it.
If you want to come on, Wayne, and have a little chat with us during deadline day, you are more than welcome. Can sort it out for you.
Yeah, has Tequila made an illegal approach, though?
Tapped him up.
Tapped him up. Do you think he has? Yeah, I have to discuss my price with the union. This sounds like a bad deal. Demand more, Wayne. Anyway, our chat's getting a bit crazy. Let's get back to Tottenham. Let's get back to football. Man United agreed to deal with some goalkeepers, Semen Lemons. I'm shocked by Manchester United with that. They should have gone for Martinez, in my opinion. Eintracht Frankfurt makes a... Hang on, just to let you know, Eintracht Frankfurt have made a 28.5 million bid to offer to sign striker William Olusa, with Aston Villa also interested in the deal. PSG forward Rando Kulu Manaroni, where his fucking last name is set to undergo medical ahead of... I'm just going to call him Randall. I'm just going to call him Randall. And we've got big up to Deacon Decode. Big up, Deacon. Please hit the subscription and the like button if you can. Guys, I need to pop off because I need to listen to the Tottenham Man on Sky. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of James for a few minutes. I will return.
Oh, lovely. Thanks a lot. So, yeah, obviously, I don't know what he called him.
I called him Michael Bridge.
Yeah. You called Rando Kolo Muane. I don't know what you called him. Listen to Michael Bridge anyway. Stop listening
I called him.
Stop
I got him paused.
Listen to Michael Bridge.
I got him paused. It's grand. I called him Cat Randall Kulu Maroni. That's what I called him. Yeah.
I love what Sean Maddox said.
Yeah.
James. What is it? Sean Martin says Martinez had a better offer from Grimsby. He couldn't join. He couldn't join United. Yeah, but and Wayne says James is now having his Wayne's World moment when Wayne leaves and Garth is left alone. Yeah. Igor to Palace is off. Do T know whether that will impact the Gerhi deal? If Igor to Palace is called off, if that is right, Adam, then that could have big implications in the Mark Gerhi deal to Liverpool, because Crystal Palace did stress that they would only agree the Gerhi deal if they had a suitable replacement coming in, and if that is correct, then that could have big implications on the Mark Gerhi deal. I would like to know, Adam, where you've read that information. I'm not asking you if it's a source. If you've read the information, where you've read it, so we can try and get it confirmed. On Sky Sports News, they showing Colin Warner in London heading for medical, escorted by Lang. Yeah, that's Lang just trying to get it, muscle himself in part of the deal. That came from Giant. As far as I'm aware, the medical's been completed. Cold macaroni. Thanks very much, Tiger Lily. Very much appreciated. Much love to you all, and big up and welcome to the channel. I do my best to try and keep everything ticking over and keep my two crazy co-hosts in line. Sometimes it's easier said than done. I'm still waiting on any more kind of update on the Ademola Lookman deal. The latest update with Lookman is that Spurs and Atlanta are locked in negotiations. The way the deal is looking is that we are just trying to get an option, a loan deal with an option on Lookman, whereas Atlanta want guarantees and want an obligation. So the deal is progressing. It is just a case of matching our expectations with Atlanta's expectations. I do think it will get done. I do think the deal will be completed by the end of play within the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. This one is going to just explode within the next hour or so, I would guess. And we will be looking for that deal to be completed.
Breaking news from Paul O'Keefe on Tottenham Hotspur signing a left winger. He's saying, now I believe you before I believe Paul O'Keefe, to be fair, but he's coming out and saying he don't think so. That was 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
Big up to Tiger Lily as well. Big up to you. Welcome to the channel. Have we reached our 2,200 target yet? We were looking to get there. Let's see if we have. I want to know how far away we are from that target. I mean, that was the target we were setting ourselves today, guys. Look, we would love you to come over. Well, we're one off 1,080, so let's get there. Then we're only 20 away then from 2,200. Yep.
So we've picked up two. We've picked up two.
Yeah. I will only believe Romano. He's my God. Wherever he says, here we go. I personally faint every time he's my God. I think someone's got a man crush on Romano.
Yeah.
We're just saying. Kulu is an option to buy an obligation. Or Johnny's asking you, is it an option to buy an obligation? It's a straight loan, isn't it?
Yes. So, Johnny, I have obviously you've welcome to the show, Johnny. So with Fernando Colo Moani deal, because I can say his name, Dermot. But we have a option of an option. So it is, if Spurs finish in the top 4 of the Premier League, then we can trigger the option to buy him. If we don't, we can still negotiate with Paris Saint-Germain about a deal for him. It's options are options at the end of the day. It means you can or you can't. And just because we don't have an option to buy doesn't necessarily mean that come the end of the summer window, we're not going to then try and bring him in permanently if he's done well for us. So I still think that it's a good deal, but there is no obligation, but we do have an option of an option. So like I said, the option is if we finish in the top 4, then we can have, I think it's around about anywhere between, I think it was 30 to 40 million on it. I'll try and get it confirmed again, what the option, this hidden option is.
Just to give you a bit of an update on the Eagle to Palace, Fabrizio Romano has just said that deal has collapsed. So the breaking news that Eagle to Palace has collapsed. News arrived as soon as Guri completed his medical in London as a Liverpool player. Liverpool Football Club are now waiting for the outcome on the Crystal Palace side. Now, does that throw the Guru deal into sort of, can that deal now collapse?
Yeah, it could. It could basically now puts that deal into sort of a limbo state. It's yeah. I don't rightfully know what that's going to mean for Mark Guehi. As of yet, I'll see. We'll have to wait and see with regards to that one. But it does look. I do know that Crystal Palace did state that they wouldn't sanction the sale of Mark Guehi unless they had a suitable option lined up to replace. So obviously we don't know exactly what's happening with regards to that, why the deal's collapsed. Is it something that could be resurrected? Yeah, is it medical? So we can only just wait and see on regards to that one.
Yeah. Look, as we can see here, and the kid's asking, are you a bomber? What's a bomber?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Tequila, I'm totally lost, man. Totally lost. Tiger Lily, I'm a great friend of Mary's. Well, Tiger Lily, welcome to the channel. Any friends of Mary is a friend of ours. Mary is the queen of our channel. She is Her Majesty Queen Mary. The THFC2 would die first. So, yeah, we're going to, might as well upgrade you to Princess Tiger Lily. Then there you go. Get that done, but big up. For the love of God, someone tell me what. I don't know what it means to keep. Seriously, I don't know what it means. I'm going to ask Google now. We're going to go into... no, I'm actually going to ask an AI. What's it mean? I use AI a lot for putting stuff together. Oh, it's like, here we go. Oh, okay. Big up to you, Matthew. Bomber is a word used by Austin. It's like, here we go. So it's his sort of catchphrase then. Right, we've got Christopher Inshaw, Ben Jacobs here. El Cas, I'll let you pronounce his name because I ain't got no hell's chance of doing that.
El Canassus.
He has completed his move from Stuttgart to Leicester City, line with a 26 million obligation to buy. So that deal is done. We know Inter Milan are in advanced talks with Man City, but Fabrizio did get a here we go. Stradberg's winger Daniel Barkawa undergoing medical at Nottingham Forest. Bayern Munich agree a deal with Chelsea to sign Nicholas Jackson on a loan with an obligation to buy. Bayern Munich signed Jackson on loan for a 14.3 million obligation to buy, worth 56.2 million. As a transfer as a whole, James, right? And you look at the Premier League and you look at Europe, have the Premier League once again proved they are the powerhouse of European football?
Yeah. Although this deal, this one just breaking from Fabrizio Romano, but literally within the last 30 seconds, Galatasaray are in advanced talks to sign Ilkay Gundogan from Man City, with Man City already approving his exit. Initial proposal submitted to Gundogan, who's assessing option of Man City exit, deal on, and that is the latest from Fabrizio Romano as well.
That is shocking. I didn't think he would. I'm surprised he's leaving Man City.
Yeah, so am I.
So look, just to give you a bit of guys up to date, James has just broken the last few minutes that Galatasaray are in advanced talks to sign Ilkay Gundogan for Man City, already approving his exit. And also in the last 5 minutes, Igor to Crystal Palace has collapsed as news arrived as soon as Gui completed his medical in London as a Liverpool player. Liverpool are now waiting for the outcome on the Palace side. Just deadline day that have been confirmed. Lindelof has gone from United to Villa on a free. Sanchez loan from AC Milan to Bournemouth. T. Adcock there from Geek to Wolves. Buonanotte from Brighton to Chelsea. Any big deals in the Championship? S. Elgno Jr. has gone from Villa to West Brom. What else is there? Not really big deals. Sheriff has gone from Coventry to Wrexham in League One. Christie's gone from Swansea to Bolton. Morgan's gone from Chelsea to Peterborough. Kellyman's gone from Chelsea to Cardiff. Morris has gone from Aberdeen to Luton. Ballard has gone from Southampton in League, and also League McCabe from Middlesbrough to Plymouth on loan. That's League One. I'll wait for League Two to come up. Celtic yet to make another signing in this summer transfer window where they've been absolutely dreadful, and I will do my own video on that on Celtic's transfer window. League Two, Winterburn's gone from Bournemouth to Barnet. Murphy's gone from Bristol City to Swindon. Mayer's gone from Millwall to Cambridge. Oakey's gone from Stockport to Walsall. Heath has gone from Everton to Accrington Stanley. These are all loan deals, by the way. And then one Scottish deal that's happening, loan deal, West Ham, is Robinson from West Ham to Livingston. That is you up to date. Remember, the window closes across British, the Premier League and the leagues across Europe closes at 7 o'clock tonight. Scotland closes at 11. I think West Ham are about to hijack a deal, I think, James, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
That's why he's failed the medical, because West Ham are going to hijack the deal.
Yeah. Possibly. Also, I'm just hearing regarding, we were talking earlier about why Manchester United had not gone for Emi Martinez from Aston Villa for goalkeeper. He's just signed a new contract. He's just signed a new deal with the club running until 2029.
Where's that? Is that on Fabrizio?
That is on Sky Sports News.
Right, because there was something on Sky Slow News, and I thought it was a bit of a hoax. But yeah, if that's on Sky Sports News, ticket confirmation has been confirmed for our home games, Tottenham Hotspur. They're keeping the prices at €55 for the Champions League games this year.
Yeah.
Which I think is very good. So we're still waiting for the confirmation of Wizard. We're still waiting for the confirmation of Isaac, and we're still waiting for the confirmation of the Palace defender where he is going.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to sift through some of this transfer news, make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, same here. I'm checking everything I've got. I'm sending WhatsApp messages to the people I knew. I'm not hearing from them. I can tell they're not hearing from them. Now, following last week's phase draw, we can now confirm ticket information for our home UEFA cheap league games, including on sale details for our first home game against Villarreal on the 16th of September, kickoff 8 p.m. I'm coming back off holiday that day. I'm gonna really have to rush back and get ready for that. Get that watch along going. Tickets for each home league phase will be priced as below. Villarreal on the 16th of September is a category B. FC Copenhagen is a category C. Salvia Prague is a category C. Dortmund is a category A. Official supporters application now open for form fixtures. Applications for Villarreal will close 12 p.m. Wednesday, 3rd September. Tickets for this match will be available on the OSA allocation portal for 4-5, and then the payment deadline for these tickets are 5 p.m. Thursday, the 12th of September. I mean, look, we're still waiting for like news to come through. We know we're still waiting for confirmation for this Isaac deal to happen. What do you think could be the hold up for this Isaac deal not being announced yet?
Just probably finalizing everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always been the case. It's always been the case that sometimes deals happen quickly. Whether or not it's Newcastle or whether or not it's actually Liverpool, I don't know. It just feels very much like it's Liverpool sort of just delaying it right up until the last minute, and then they're going to make the big. It's like I say, it's the biggest transfer deal in British history, so it's going to be sort of like
dots the I's and cross the T's, like
make sure everything
do that.
I think it's
right. Sorry, go on.
I was just reading Matt Hayes from Irish THFC channel says Eberitse Eze has lost every single game he has played for Arsenal. I just thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Also, I was quite surprised to see how quickly Arteta threw him under the bus. By the way, very much so.
I just got a bit of breaking news here from Alistair Gold, come out about 3 minutes ago. Barring something unexpected, Randall Kulu is likely Tottenham's final signing of the window. So we're more looking at outgoings than ingoings, with 2 hours and 5 minutes and 36 seconds left of this window. The idea of getting a left winger or a centre back in is becoming less likely as the hours go by. James, look, we know we need. What's the latest on Lookman? What's the latest on Lookman? What's the latest you've been told on Lookman deal?
So the latest that I've got on the Lookman deal is that we're still deep in negotiations with them. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything to contradict that information, but we're still talking. Look, we all know that time is against us. It could turn out that Colomwani is our last deal of this window. But as far as I'm aware, we are still talking to Atlanta. There's nothing to say to me that we've stopped talking to Atlanta, or we've stopped trying to work on this deal, or we've given up on this deal.
Yeah.
So
Is it a case of finding the right price? I mean, we have got the same, as you say, they can put the deal sheet in, it can go on for another 2 hours. Are you expecting that to be the case? Are you expecting that to be the thing that will happen? That when do you think we will get notification of that, if we do get notification of that?
I think if the deal sheet goes in, it will be 6, 6:30.
Yeah.
Atalanta.
Yeah.
What? What's Tequila saying?
Tequila thinks you're saying Atlanta is Atalanta. They're an Italian Serie A club.
Not Atlanta. I'm from Yorkshire. We say it one way, Tequila. It's Atlanta.
I say it's Atalanta. That's the way I say it. Wayne's asking, wouldn't it be surprised if Lookman was already done, or maybe it's set for January? Do you think they could be setting up deals for January as well, James?
They could, but I don't see the benefit of setting up a deal for 4 months down the line when we don't know how the players are going to react or play together. That's like saying that you're going to have a crap season, so we'll get a player lined up just in case we're having a crap season.
So would you think they might change them? Look, we pay the money you want, but to get the deal over the line, to get this done quickly, and then get his medical done, we'll do it as a loan deal.
Yeah,
for 6 months.
But,
do it as a 6 month loan deal.
I think it's a 6. If you're going to do it for January, it's got to be a 6 month. It'd have to be a 6 month loan deal with the obligation.
Yeah.
That's the sticking point. That is the sticking point. Spurs don't want to put an obligation on it. Atlanta want an obligation on it. That is the sticking point, guys. But I must stress that is what is holding up the deal. Either Atlanta want the money up front or an obligation, and Spurs don't want to do an obligation. Whether or not that changes over the course of the next, coming up to just under 2 hours, but with a deal sheet being put in, it could give us an extra 2 hours. So look, I still think there's time. Ali Gold is obviously a man that's very much more in the know than I am. However, I do have sources at the club, and the last thing he told me, and I've got no reason to disbelieve him, because every other bit of information he tells me is usually on the nose, is that we are still we're still negotiating. We're still trying to get this deal over the line.
Do you think Paratici's leading them talks?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, it is Paratici leading.
So that is why Lang was with Kulu at his medical. I'm a bit worried that Lang's with him, actually. Do you think Lang's been told, right, you're the go there, shut up, say nothing. Don't say a damn word to him.
Just let the man sign his contract, yeah.
How excited, right? Let's look to the future. Big up. Please do, if you guys can, please send in your super chats. Do pick up your memberships as well. We have been saying it. Shawnee Maddox signed up today with a membership. I need to change my earpod before it goes dead, so give me 1 minute. I actually had a load of them lined up for today, James, to be fair. So I had 2 packs ready.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you, I've just got the one in. So I can if this one starts to die, I can plop this one out, chuck it back in my pod to charge while I'm running on the other one. What's this?
2-pack. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello? Can anyone hear us? Are we still here? Can you hear me, James?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, you went a little bit funny, Vid. I think as you were changing your AirPods, you went a little bit funny.
Dermo's turned into a robot. Thanks, Tequila.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. GPT is now controlling Dermo. Yeah, I've become an AI. Didn't I become an AI? Are you excited with the front three we may have for the first game at West Ham? Do you know you could have the front three as Kudos, Simmons, and then Kulu up front.
Kolo.
Okay, Kulu.
Kulu is Decky to me. Kolo is Randall Kolo Muani.
I hate my speech impediment. Do you know that? I hate it with a passion.
Don't hate it. Embrace it.
Is that an impressive front three for you?
Yeah, I'd be even happier if we got Lookman through the door and it'd be an even more impressive front four.
Oh, imagine Simmons in the number 10 role, Lookman, Kudu on the wing, and then
Rando up front.
Rambo up front.
Yeah.
That'd be.
Yeah.
I was speaking to another Spurs fan today. He's not impressed with the signings we've made in the last window or so, the last 3 weeks. How impressed are you that? How impressed are you that Tottenham are now buying players ready for the first team? Isn't that something we've been calling for?
Yeah, it is. 1 second, I need to change batteries now.
Yeah. So, guys, we have now reached 5 o'clock. It's 1 hour. 2 hours to go before 7 o'clock. 2 hours to the end of the window. It has been a mad 3 hours. We have kept you going. We have kept you entertained for the last 3 hours. Me and James have been talking all things Tottenham football. We're still waiting for confirmation for the Ajax deal. That is still trying to happen. We're still waiting also for confirmation for Gui. Does he leave Palace to go to Liverpool? But at the moment, Isaac is having his medical on a £125 million deal from Newcastle to Liverpool. James, look, before we get stuck into the Tottenham news, this is going to break the British transfer record as the most ever expensive player between two Premier League clubs.
Yeah.
It's been a weird one, this one. This one has dominated the summer, hasn't it?
It really has.
Let's talk about Isaac's way. They put out a statement and all this a few weeks ago. How unimpressed have you been to him? Should Liverpool fans be worried that he might do the same thing at Liverpool? Say if a Real Madrid comes into him or somebody big comes into him?
Of course, it's always going to be a concern. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? I think what I would be if I was a Liverpool fan, I would be concerned about his attitude that he's shown.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, it shows what he's done. And this is just my opinion. What he's done to me is he shows he's all about the money. He's not playing for the badge. He's not playing for the club. It's all about money to him. And it's how much money I can earn. So it shows a lack of
intent
sort of
or
commitment.
Or does it show lack of respect?
Yeah, definitely a big amount of lack of respect. I just think is I don't want to call him a petulant child, but he's sort of acted petulant childish.
Yeah.
But he's going to get his move. At the end of the day, he's getting his move. And he will move to Newcastle, move to Liverpool. He'll become the British transfer fee for a player sold between two clubs. And look, I hope he succeeds. But I've seen players with big transfers between clubs absolutely fall flat on the face. I hope it doesn't happen to him, but I would laugh my socks off if Liverpool end up selling him in 2 years' time for pennies.
Right, just a bit of breaking news this is from Tottenham Talk 5 minutes ago. Tottenham will now only move for a left winger if they feel the opportunity is perfect. Now we know James is going to give you the latest on the Lookman, what is happening with that. Yes, I was wrong. The deal the club were confident in happening failed. Their bids were rejected and they pulled out. Tottenham are set to announce Randall later tonight. Now I'm on this little second segment of here, James. Yes, I was wrong. The deal the club were confident in happening failed. The bids were rejected, and they pulled out. Are they talking about the Lookman deal, or are they talking about another deal altogether? Because you are saying that Spurs are still in deep in talks with Atalanta for Lookman.
Yep.
Have you any update on that? Was that still the latest you have?
That's still the latest information I have, Dermo, and until I hear otherwise, I'm still going to stick by that. We are still trying to negotiate hard with Atalanta. Make sure I say it right, Tequila. Atalanta. But we are still trying to negotiate that deal. Yes, it's looking harder and harder to complete as each minute, an hour, and time ticks on by. It does get harder and harder. Yes, the ability to have a deal sheet in a transfer deal sheet does give us a chance to get that deal done. It could be one of those surprise ones that just pump, it's done.
Yeah.
No one's talking about it, and then all of a sudden it breaks and it's done. The advantage for the Lookman deal is the player wants to leave. Atalanta want him off the books because he's publicly stated he wants to leave. He has been given permission to talk to clubs. I do know that the deal is there to be made. It's just a case of getting that deal over the line. And until I'm told no, we've pulled out, then at this moment in time, I'm still keeping everything crossed that we're going to be able to get this deal over the line.
Yeah, I hope so too, bud. I hope so too. He's got to earn more money and win everything in sight. Get more something in than everyone in this chat combined. Even Dermo, who I know gets what?
He's on about Isaac.
All right.
He gets to earn more money and win everything in sight and get more punani than everyone in this chat combined, even Dermo, who I know gets plenty.
I do not get plenty. If you think I get plenty, you are severely wrong, man. We've got Sean saying might be Lookman deal, but the players might be Lookman deal, but the player ain't to leave. I think it's just a case of who blinks first. Yeah, well, they have got 2 hours left. Now we're still waiting. Are you surprised there's been no confirmation for this Isaac deal yet?
No, I'm not surprised. It's just a case of getting it over the line and getting it done.
Yeah,
it's pretty much been confirmed. He's done his medical. He's passed his medical. Everything's there. It's just a case of just the official announcement is what we're waiting on, and that may happen. Like say 7 o'clock tonight, or 5 to 7. You know what Liverpool are like; they always like to make it about them. So let's be honest, 5 to 7, you won't put it past them to then make the announcement that he is officially a Liverpool player. So the last 5 minutes of the window is completely dominated by the Liverpool deal to make it all about them. So, I'm just going to step off for a minute, Dermo. I do need to nip to the little boy's room. So
no, that's
just bear
fine.
with me.
That's fine.
Back.
I will give them up to date with everything else because Wissa completes his Newcastle medical, so that's another deal that's yet to be completed, guys. Also, Manchester United agreed a deal to sign goalkeeper Semen Lemins from to bring it in to go in goal instead of Onana, but Martinez apparently has signed a new contract at Aston Villa. Edison is moving the Fenerbahce with the PSG goalkeeper moving the other way. I don't know how good of a deal that is. Probably the two best goalkeepers in the world, and Manchester United didn't go for either. So I'm really surprised at that. I'm really unsurprised in that. Just give you a little latest as well, guys, on Man City's upgrades and apps that them are going. So let me just get into Fabrizio and let's see what he's got to tell us. The latest in that is breaking 9 minutes ago. Galatasaray and Man City have agreed a deal for Ilkay Gundogan. He's leaving the club with authorization by City, waiting on players' approval to a 2-year contract. Galatasaray preparing his travel if Gudo accepts. Then you got Kodashai have submitted to sign a Julian where documents completed today. That was 12 minutes ago. Also, to give you up to the latest, Igor to Crystal Palace has collapsed. The news arrived as soon as Guben completed his medical in London as Liverpool player. Liverpool now waiting for the outcome on Crystal Palace. Apparently, West Ham are stepping in to hijack that deal. Also, Nicholas Zanaolo to Udinese. Here we go. He's set to sign a new deal at Galatasaray ahead of the Udinese loan. Nottingham Forest agreed a deal to sign Donald McNeely from Chelsea in the permanent move. Nottingham Forest was saying McNeely on the immediate season-long loan to Wickham. Just nothing. That break an hour ago as well. Benjamin Pavard to Olympic Marseille. Here we go. Loan deal from Inter with a salary cover plus 15 million buy option clause, not mandatory. All approved. Verbal agreement done. Now all parties hope for documents signed in time. And also the Nicholas Jackson saga is now over. Chelsea also got a higher loan fee for buying for Nicholas Jackson from the original 15 million to 16.5 million loan fee. But an hour ago, that was done. We got the here we go on that as well. Bayern Munich and Chelsea have agreed for Nicholas Jackson. Deal done. Loan plus buy clause with new element of obligation to buy, including the deal for 2026. As Chelsea wanted Jackson, already agreed a 5-year deal of buying 16.5 million loan fee. Here we go. And as we said about an hour ago as well, that Liverpool have agreed a deal to sign Marco Gui from Crystal Palace. Here we go. Deal in place for over 35 million plus 10% sell-on clause, including in the package. Gui agreed personal terms with Liverpool 1 month ago. Now all done. One more move. But with Igor now deal collapsing to Crystal Palace and him likely going to West Ham, where does that leave this deal for Liverpool? Does it mean that Palace pulled the plug, or does it what happens there? Just going through any more deals for you guys. Of course, we did sign this morning Tottenham Hotspur on that now. Manu was looking to go out on loan, but 3 hours ago, Fabrizio Romero understood that Manchester United have informed Kobe Manu about zero chance to leave today. The case is closed. Manu stays at Manchester United this season despite request leave to loan. So, guys, that is your latest update from you. Right, big up to Tequila, sending in super chats. People, Dermo is butchering these names for you. Show the lads some love. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, you're making me feel that. Yeah, I'm trying my best, Tequila. I really am. Sorry. Yeah, we have been going for nearly 3 hours and 15 minutes. It's hard it's hard to do these long ones, right? We've never done it before on the channel. We've always done it with 2 or 3 hours to go, and we've been on since 2 to give you guys the latest news that we can give, and I've really enjoyed it. So let us know what you think, guys. There's a load watching. We've had good numbers today. Also, we had James this morning as well doing his one this morning. What else have we go? Manuel Akajai. Here we go. He's now gone to Inter Milan. 2 million loan fee plus a 15 million buy option clause to become mandatory only under difficult conditions. And that is if Inter Milan wins Serie A. What else have we got? Who else has gone? Harvey Elliott. Breaking news: Harvey Elliott has reached verbal agreement with Liverpool to sign Harvey Elliott. Here we go. Agreement in place with Liverpool with a loan with an obligation to buy, guaranteed for 35 million man package. Medical is now having his medical now. Still nothing on Spurs, but you never know. You never know. Tottenham, the last minute could come out with something. Well, this is something to do with us that Crystal Palace are closing in on Mana Solomon on loan from Tottenham. So that should be through in the next hour. Would that then open up for us to go into Atalanta for Lookman? Look, I still think it's going to happen. I still think for what James has told me and for what we sort of think, I think it might get done. I think it might be one that's put over into a D sheet. Excellent show, lads. Glad you're staying. You are staying with Lookman. Look, Ray Hennessy, I think so. I think you got to. I think with Hill going for 6.25 million to Genoa. Is it Genoa or Bologna? Genoa, I think. And also Solomon going to Palace. I think Tottenham with them will bring in Lookman. I still think, look, we should know around 6.5 if a deal sheet has been put in. I've just gone through the whole sort of days of transfers. Tequila's saying 6.25 million for Hill is a bad deal. I think it's a good deal. I think
it's probably the best we could have got.
Yeah, I don't think we could have got any more from. Now that there is talk that it could be a 10 million deal altogether at the end of it. So, what are you looking at? Are you looking at 6.25 million plus add-ons onto that? Do you think?
Yeah, something like that.
He did get back. Our other source has suddenly woke up. Don't know where he's been for the last 4 hours. I have put any news. What's the latest you got, James? Because we've gone through the Isaac deal. Now, as we know, West Ham could be coming on for Igor. Are you surprised by that?
Yes. I thought it was a done deal that he would be going to Palace and it would start a domino effect. Very shocked that it's not happened that way. But at some point, you realise that things aren't always as straightforward as you expect them to be.
No. No, you don't. I mean, look. Let's put it another way, right? We're still looking at this Lookman deal. We are going to try to keep on it and try to keep any news we get. We're going to keep you guys up to date with it. What do you think the sticking point could be? Why this deal? Do you think that's where Paratici and Levy are at the moment? Talking to Atalanta. Now, didn't they get Romero from Atalanta, or was it Vicario from Atalanta?
I think it was Vicario.
Yeah.
I think it was Vicario from Atalanta.
So what are we looking at now? What if there is a stumbling block? What do you think it might be?
Money. At the end of the day, money.
So do you think there could be it is money and that's it?
Yeah.
Right. That's interesting, because I'll tell you why that's interesting then. Tottenham had 150 million put in. They haven't really spent that. So
no,
if they can then buy, then why not say, look, let's, as I said earlier, let's take it on a 6 months loan. Let's do this, and then we'll pay you whatever in January. There has to be some way of getting this deal over the line, James.
Sorry, What? Ask me again. Sorry, I was distracted.
You're right.
Sorry.
You're right, bud. You're tired.
It's been a long day.
Look, if you want to pop off, if you need to pop off, I can do the last hour and a bit on my own if you want to.
If
you feel you have to.
I'll see what happens. Let's just give it 10 minutes. I'm just trying to catch up on something.
Yeah, no, you catch up when you need to catch up, and then I will bring up some of the chat. Big up to Evan, hi Dermot and James in chat. I'm just asking, do you think Levy has shown in the transfer he's got his chairman that he said he wants to win? Look, for me, Owen, I think Levy has shown a little bit of more. The players that we've got in that are first team ready, Levy, that's not Levy's window. Levy doesn't do that. Levy, why am I bad? I don't know. I don't know where I was now. Oh, yeah. Look, Owen, I think Levy has done something different. I think he has brought in players that are Premier League ready, that are first team ready, which we needed. I have no problem him buying youngsters, but he has to measure it out with buying Premier League player ready. Now, I don't know how much we spent this summer, but I think if I look at it, it is far better than what we spent last summer. I really do feel that. Big up to Chris Inshaw, last word on Spurs. Mandam and Solomon Crystal Palace has hit difficulties as Tottenham Hotspur want an obligation to buy, but Crystal Palace probably don't. I'm sure Spurs don't want to pay up front. Oh, do you know what? Oh, okay, fine. Oh, sorry, guys. Apparently, there are 103 million for Eze, Sevilla 51 million, 4 million for Simmons and Maury. Where did the 80 million go? I don't know. Big up Shawnee Mannix. I think we will relent and just agree to a permanent deal with 50% up front. I expect with 30 minutes left, Spurs agree to Atlanta's last offer on structure. I think so too. I will. I really do. I need to check what is happening. Sorry, guys. I've got so many windows open at the moment. I'm trying to just check on things. I'm trying to check on my private chat as well. And I've got about 7 windows open, as well as X. So I'm trying to do about 1,000 things at once. Now, sorry, it's not 6.85. It's 8.65 million for Brian Hill. So they have rounded it up to 10. What do you think the problem could be, James, between Palace and Tottenham now with Solomon? Do you think it could be the obligation to buy? And Palace just probably want an option with a loan.
It's 1 minute, Jim. I'm just on phone. Sorry.
Just to give you any latest I can. Yeah, 9 minutes ago, Palace are closing in, apparently from Gary Jacob. I know Christopher said that. If I have to pick my probably favorite signing of the window, I would have to go for... Oh, yeah. Sorry. Do you want me to take you out? Okay. Just been a long show. 3 hours and my brain's dead. Yeah, Aaron, big up to Aaron Robertson as well. Big up Dermo. I think we need 2 more. Yeah, I would agree. We need 1 more at least in, guys. With the hour and 34 minutes and 40 seconds. Big up Christopher, last one, the Spurs, Justin Byron, something unexpected. Yeah, we did say that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You go, man. You shoot. You're grand. You're grand. Sorry. Yeah. See you later. Right. Guys, you've got me for the last hour, 34 minutes. Domo's cracking. You see, you put you see that part in scanners where the dude's head explodes. Yeah, I feel like that in the moment. Did we sign anyone? Yes, we have. We've got Kulu, Randall, Colo, from PSG on a loan to the end of the season. He's in today. Yeah, the extension thing is still on. I'm still trying to work out when that might come in, guys. I don't know when. Big up Shawnee Maddox. I wonder if Spurs are just trying to commit on Solomon with the fee before paying for Lookman. I think so too. I'll check with my sources, see if there's any damage. Yes, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, that's done. Right. Let's go back onto Sky, see what they have to say. 1 hour and 36 seconds. The one thing that surprised me, guys, with this, yeah, it is, but it is just Spurs one. The extension is still a thing. I think there has to be in probably by 6.5-6. He's not even a striker. He's a bang average too. Do you know what, Big Run? I think he's better than that. And I think, do you know what? I don't know what player you'd be looking for us to come in for you to say that's a good signing. Do you know, to get him on the loan as well? Try to get it in as well. But look, I'm reasonably, I'm not over happy with this window. I'm not overly happy with this window. I tell you why. I still think we could have done more. I agree with Matthew. No, Savinho's been dead for weeks. Big bad run, or not unless Tottenham pulls something out of the absolute woodwork and he signs for Spurs. But that's about it. I don't know where we're going. Is he? That's why PSG don't want. He's. It's not PSG doesn't want him. He's been wanting to leave PSG for the last year. He's been saying for the last year he wanted out of PSG. Big up to Aaron Robinson. We need a left winger and another centre back so we can go 5 at the back when needed. I agree with you. I do with you. I don't think it's been average. I think it's been a bit more than average. I think something we've never done, and I will stick by this. We're buying players that are first team ready. If you look at the players that we've bought in previous windows, they've all been a little bit for the future, but some of these players are first team ready. So I think that's been good. I feel Paratici today has taken control of the transfer window. I think Lang's just been put into the background. That's why we got that deal for Randall done so quickly as well. And I think there is more to come. I do feel in the last hour and a half of this window, as from now, there's an hour and a half left, guys. I still Spurs might pull something out of the bag. I don't think it's over yet. Not unless we are told Tottenham come out and say, that's it, we're done, we're finished. I don't think it is. It ain't over till it's over. And big up to Mary W. Thanks, James, for all your hard work today. Yeah, everyone, please send a massive big up to James. He really has put the shift in today. He did the morning show for me this morning, and he's helped me for the last 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 30 minutes today. He's absolutely pulled out a cracker. So please do thank James in the comments in the comment section as well, and do follow him on X as well. Deacon, for the latest I've got, if James can put that to the private chat for me so I can put it into the banners for you guys to go across the bottom of the screen. As far as we know, Tottenham are still in talks with Atlanta for Lookman. As we said, the hour and a half left, the deals can still be done. If Tottenham put in a deal sheet with everyone's signature on it, Tottenham then have, I think, 2 to 3 hours extra to get that deal done. Now, I'm finishing around about 5 or 10 past 7. I am now I'm just waiting on something from somebody, guys. It's been a weird deadline day. Do you know that? It's not been. It's been very active. Thank you. I'm just going to put this at the bottom of the screen for you guys. It's really been a weird window. Is next year is going to be the same as well, guys. I think with the World Cup as well, it's going to be even window. So there we go, guys. That is your latest for Lookman. So Lookman's still locked deep in talk, still progressing, but slowly. Deal still ongoing and still could be completed. Deal sheet looking the most likely. I think so too. And we should get that confirmation the next hour or have. Dermot, I can hop on if you need reinforcement for next hour. Well, if you want to jump on, Shawnee, you're our member. More than welcome. I don't mind. I don't know if I know Tequila's not well. He's got I know he went to the doctors today. I know James is now gone and to chill out for the evening. So if you want to jump on, you are a member. So more than welcome. Let's see now. I'm just getting oh dear. What am I doing? Lookman would be perfect only but for that stupid AFCON tour. This is where Kudos actually is not going to AFCON, which is absolutely because his team didn't qualify, which is brilliant. Randall from PSG. Yes, we did get him. See Mayor. Big up to you, sir. Big up. Hang on, just let me check. Whatever. Okay, yeah. I can't hear anyone now. I can't hear you.
Sorry, Jim. I'm back. I've got about 5 more minutes before I have to disappear.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that. You put it on banner. The Lookman deal is finally balanced. With regards to where we're progressing, what we're progressing with. A deal sheet is looking like the most likely outcome with regards to that. Like you said, an hour and 25 minutes left of the window. So, some project J, suppose can be afford to let Mark Geahy go now. Yeah, I mean, Mark Geahy's move to Liverpool now hangs in the balance because they haven't got anybody to back it up. So, could they afford to lose him? It's going to be a tricky one for Liverpool to complete and for Crystal Palace to accept, but he's now going to leave. So I do understand that could go down to sort of like if you didn't.
I'm just ignoring that. I'm just ignoring that comment. I'm just really ignoring that. Look, it's been a weird window. It really has. It's been a long stream, Big Bad Ron. Me and James have worked damn hard today. I don't need any complicated messages. My brain can't handle it. I'm even back on for an hour tonight. Look, what would you give this window as you leave us, James? What do you give this window out of 10, bud?
I'm gonna leave it as a solid 7 at the moment. I think the window as a whole, if we look at the window as a whole, yes, we haven't plugged all the gaps in the squad. Would we have liked to have plugged more? Would we have liked to have signed more? Of course we would have done. But let's be honest and let's be realistic about it. Not honest, let's be realistic about it. You could bring, if we brought in 8 or 9 players today, but we spend minimalistic money on 8 or 9 players, would we have been happy just because we were filling the squad up?
Yeah.
If just to say, okay, well, we knew we were light in this position, so we bought 2 players there, and they're not actually going to make an impact. And when they do play, they're not very good, and things like that. Then we'd be all criticising that it was piss poor transfer business. So let's be realistic about this. Yes, the window could have been better. Of course, it could have been better. We could have acted quicker and got deals done quicker and things like that. But also, let's look at the positives of what we've done in the window. We've brought in 2 quality well, 2 or 3 quality players this window in Koulibaly,
first team ready.
In Simons, in Mania. I do apologise for the noise, guys. I'm so sorry.
No, you're grand. Look, if you need to go, James, just go and chill out. You've done enough today. I can carry on for the next hour and a half anyway, because I won't be on no longer than 7. Then I'm back on tonight between the 10 and 11 to give you guys a roundup of the transfer news. I need to put them on the PDFs. But James, thank you so much for your help today. It's been really appreciated.
I will keep you updated on the Ademola Lookman deal if I get any information. Of course, I will whip it across to you.
Yeah.
But at the moment, that looks like the only other deal that looking like we could potentially happen. Doesn't look like we're looking at any other players. It's just one of those things. If the deal doesn't happen, the deal doesn't happen. But at the moment, I would still say I'm pretty confident 60-40, that 60-70% chance that I think we'll get this deal done. I think it's just going to come out of nowhere. But thank you very much, guys.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. And listen, we will see you soon, sir.
Yes.
Where am I going? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing the plot. I am losing the plot. I really am. But on that bombshell, I shall speak to you later, sir.
Speak to you later.
Speak to you later. And there we go. I take James out then. Big up to everyone. Big up to James for helping. Yes, guys, we're down to 1 hour and 20 minutes left of this transfer window. It's getting closer to closing time. It's getting closer to the doors being shut. As one comes out, Rebel comes in from the Manchester United agenda to join me on this deadline day to give a Manchester United appraisal of their window as we talk about ours. Manchester United for the last hour and 20 minutes, Rebel. You're having a mare. I mean, you can't get a goalkeeper right, but you have got Anthony's gone. Sancho's gone to Villa. So are you happy or not happy tonight?
I think we failed in this window. I like Sesko, I like Mbouma, I like Cunha. I know nothing about Lamines, only that the stat sheet that I've looked at, and they're promising on the basis of the Belgian league. But look, we don't know whether or not he's going to translate into the Premier League, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on him because the 2 people that are there at the moment have clangers in them. We know and Bindair. have
Yeah.
had serious issues in the opening of the season. Like, the fact that we are reliant on Casemiro in central midfield, though, is the most glaring fault possible. Because,
Yeah.
let's call a spade here. He's not been at the top level for the last year and a half.
Big up, Colin. Yeah. Even your co-host is saying really cool.
Vitek, yeah. No, he's had a few nice saves in the championship lately. But
yeah. Do you know what's got me, Rebel, right? You look at Martinez, he was left out of the Villa squad yesterday with all the talks he's going to Manchester United. You then go and get this other goalkeeper from Antwerp for, I forget how much you paid for him today. What was it?
17 million pounds.
15 million quid, right? I would love to know who your director of football is, because wouldn't you go for a Martinez over the Antwerp keeper, or would you buy two knowing that Onana and the other keeper is going out the door of Old Trafford?
I'd be quite happy to buy two, but here's the story that I've heard, and it was Fabrizio Romano broke it earlier on. Apparently, the initial plan was that Sancho was supposed to move to Aston Villa on a permanent basis, but Sancho, being the little bleeper that he is, refused.
Yeah,
and apparently, what Aston Villa were happy to do was they were going to say, "Well, you value him at 20 million euros. We value him at 20 million euros. Swapsies." And Sancho put the kibosh on that, and United kind of said, "Well, bugger this," and they went off and got the Belgian lad.
Yeah, I just don't know what you're doing there. Also, Ten Hag, your ex-manager, was sacked today after 2 games, 3 months at Leverkusen. I suppose you're not surprised, but Amaron, who's the happier manager you think tonight? Thomas Frank or Amaron?
Frank, like, if I'm looking at that midfield and I'm Ruben Amaron, I'm kind of going, I'm one injury away from disaster. Like, Bruno Fernandes doesn't belong in a 2-man pivot. If he's there with 2 others, no problem. 3-man midfield, happy days, play him in the 8, beautiful. But let's call a spade a spade. Casemiro is the only defensive-minded midfielder that we have. At the start of the summer transfer window, Ruben Amorim said he wanted a mobile central midfielder, aka someone of the profile of Believer. Not necessarily Believer, but someone akin to what he does. Then we went out, we shot our shot, we got turned down, and there was no plan B. Like, Casemiro gets injured. We're dealing with Ugarte, Menu, and Bruno as the only 3 for those 2 spots. Barry maybe pushing forward Martinez from centre back as a covering defensive midfielder, which would be yet another player playing out of their role. So I think United have had an absolute mare this window. Like, as much as I appreciate that we got Sesko, and I think he's going to be a monster, the fault and the flaws that we had were bigger in midfield than they were at striker. Like, if we were saying, look, Cunha and Mbeumo are going to get us those goals, I was quite happy to play Xerxes all season.
Yeah. Now, just to let you know, this is the latest we get from my source. He's telling me, no, he starts off, I'm sorry to bother you. That Kulu, the deal for the PSG signing will be done, but I've been told nothing else will be unless something else breaks. Now, apparently Atalanta want 55 million for Lookman. The winger has held talks with Galatasaray. Now, that is from the Daily Hotspur. We don't know if that's true or not. That only came on the last 3 minutes. Rebel, look, I want to talk to you a little bit about Wazza and Isaac, as the deals are yet to be confirmed to either club. Do you see a point where deal sheets could be put in for both of them to get them over the line? But why is it taking so long to get the Isaac deal done?
Isaac's done. As from what I saw, he's returned to Liverpool's training ground from completing whatever part of the medical that they had to do off-site. I'd imagine we're going to hear that he signed his contract shortly. Guido, on the other hand, is a more difficult one by the sounds of it. Everything was ready, everything was lined up, and then Palace's replacement got rug pulled.
Yeah.
So we could be seeing a deal sheet, but that is only on the premise that Palace can get a deal sheet in for some centre back that they're happy to bring in. So I think that one could be a more difficult one. And just to answer a question from SH1. The understanding that I have based on Ruben Amorim's interviews is he views Kobe and Bruno as players for the same position. That they're not made to be on the pitch together unless Bruno is pushed up into the 10 role, which could be the case now with Cunha's injury, because there's rumours that he could be out for anything between a week and 5 months, depending on the severity of that injury. So, I think Kobe's main concern is that he's afraid that his development will be stifled by virtue of lack of football. And to be honest with you, I get that. And I think it's important that we either utilise him or maybe, God forbid, and I hate that we would do it, he's the last academy graduate in our squad, that we'd use him as a kind of a lone card to get a midfielder in that we would use. But at this stage in the day, I think we're kiboshed.
Yeah.
And based on this window, I don't feel like we're getting anything beyond 14th.
Yeah. Where you would look, you look at Mania. I would love Mania at Spurs. Really would have done, actually. Really would have loved Mania at Spurs, but that ain't gonna happen. Let's talk about the GUI deal. Igor was going, he could still collapse to Palace. Now he could be going to West Ham. What do you think Palace would do? Because they have agreed a deal with Liverpool, 35 million plus 10% add-ons. Now, what do you think Palace might do here? Do you think they might say, right, you're going to stay to January, or what do you think will happen? Because he's already had his medical, hasn't he? So he's going up there. The fee's been agreed. What's going to happen with that? What's your gut telling you?
I think they're making frantic phone calls to anyone that has a spare central defender. Maybe to United for the likes of Aiden Heaven, if they think that United might be willing to let him go on loan to get some first team experience.
Yeah.
But let's be honest with you, their options are limited.
Yeah.
I think it could, the reality is if they rug pull it, they're going to have an unhappy centre back playing for them. So do they just kind of say, do you know what, push it through, bring in anybody that can play that centre back role, even if it's only temporary, and kind of reassess in January? I think that would be the smart play, is get in a loan move until the end of the current year as opposed to the season. That would be where I would go if I was Palace, because I think we're seeing it a bit with Baliba. His performances this year have been not Baliba and to be fair, his head got a wobble. A big club came in for him, and it was basically the fee kind of prevented that from materializing for him, because it is a lot of wanga for somebody that has not got kind of multiple Premier League years where he's performed at that level. There's always a risk. So it's affected him. I just want to answer Column's question as well.
About, is it Kane or Kane?
Kone. He's basically a central defensive midfielder that we brought in. Very promising. While I appreciate that he'll be integrated, at the same time, he's had a significant eye socket injury, which you kind of have to factor in to the next 6 to 8 months. He has to adapt to the Premier League and play against other English teams. And I think to say that he's going to come in and do a role in the first team out the gate with all those things considered, I would be very disappointed if I'm Ruben Amorim that I'm relying on Coney, who I thought I'd have had a bit of time to cultivate.
Yeah. No, I agree. I do agree. I'm just trying to see any other deals. You had Manchester City and their debacles. With Edison going one way and the PSG keeper coming the other. Why didn't you not go for him? What was the reason do you think Manchester United didn't go for him?
I do see what United are trying to do.
Yeah.
If you notice, we had a lot of players above the 200k mark.
So can I just stop you there, Rebel? Sorry. Can I've just got a bit of breaking news? Manchester City have agreed personal terms with Luga Donnarumma. He has agreed personal terms with Manchester City. So that deal is getting closer and closer and closer to be announced. So Manchester City have agreed personal terms with the PSG keeper, and Edison is going to Fenerbahce the other way. Sorry, Rebel, I didn't mean to cut across you, but it's just broke now. So I thought I'd just let everyone know the latest. Sorry, I do apologize.
Before I kind of go into actually why we skirted that deal, I would say I would be disappointed if I'm James Trafford today.
Yeah.
Because he came back thinking they wanted him for the big role. Clearly, it's not worked out. And now he's probably going to be looking for another club next year because Donnarumma is probably going to be their number one for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
As for why United, if you look at the profile of what we've been doing, we're getting rid of Sancho, Rashford, well, temporarily anyway, from the wage bill. So at the moment, in terms of the active squad, only Bruno and Casemiro are both 200,000 per week.
Yeah.
And Donnarumma, I think he was on 300 basic plus God knows what in bonuses.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you worried for Amaron? Because I was reading an article the other day. I was watching something the other day. I forget who said it. That it was Emmanuel Petit said it this morning on Talk Sport that he's worried about Amaron's mental health.
Where
are you with the manager? Do you think he might resign during the international break?
Where I am with the manager, I'll answer twofold. Firstly, about Ruben himself. I think he's a man that wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very passionate.
Yeah.
He's almost like a fan in the way that, we'd react to a goal or to something we're not happy with. As for sacking him, with the state of that squad and the imbalance that's in it, Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp, Ancelotti, no manager can make that squad work. And I think the actions that we've done during the summer window, particularly the delays in getting rid of what they call the bomb squad, aka those that weren't wanted, absolutely stifled us. And I think Ruben is probably going to be looking at this come maybe the November international break and thinking, my goose is cooked. But I don't think it matters. Sack him or don't sack him. There's absolutely no positivity in doing that because that squad doesn't work.
Look, I just big up to Gary Cheeseman as well. Big up to Gary. PSG keepers only because of the PSG is only going because of the Tottenham game. Tequila says United go through managers as fast as Spurs do. Sounds like Sky Sports all focus on Ruben and his poor start, forgetting that Pep and his Spurs super team are below United in less points. Yeah, I want to talk about that because Manchester City have had a woeful start this season. And if you look at United, if you got a win, a draw after, if somebody said to you,
I had some breaking news actually.
Yeah.
Fulham agreed deal for Kevin, also on player side. Here we go, 40 million plus 5 million add-ons. So Kevin is a Fulham player.
There you go. That is the latest. True. Big up to you, Rebel. A young Irish lad joined Sheffield United today, didn't he, on loan?
I haven't heard that one.
He joined in from, I think he was the player from Luton to Sheffield United. I forget I call him Obi-Wan because I cannot pronounce his name. I think he's in the squad. The squad. Colin, big up to you, Colin. Colin is saying sounds like Sky Sports are focuses on Ruben's poor start. That's true. Man City have been dreadful. Man City, they haven't had the window I thought they would.
Here's the big change, though. They've got a Champions League winning keeper now in between the sticks. That's going to give a lot of confidence to that back line. And obviously, a big thing is that Silva now is coming back to help as well for them. So that means the likes of Reinders will be pushed forward a bit more. I think while City have stuttered at the start, I think they'll be fine. Like I know they picked up a few injuries, Cherokee and all that, but I think to judge City now, given that we know that they've signed that keeper, would be foolhardy. Like you can definitely dive into the first couple of games and say that they didn't do what they should have done. But I think definitely too soon to be wiping them out, to be honest with you.
I think so. Look, I look, for me, our window, I'm actually quite happy with it. I think it's addressed some areas, hasn't addressed all the areas that we needed addressing. But I think if you look at last summer's transfer window, I do feel it's better than that. I know a lot of people won't agree with me with that statement, but that's just my opinion, and I'm entitled to it, and I'm going to stand by it. I'm looking at Randall today. That was a move that came out of nowhere. That literally, I looked at 1 minute on X, and Fabrizio was saying Tottenham are in talks, and next I was about to come live, and next thing it was done. Deals. Think he can play in the right, he can play in the left, and he can play as a striker. The other thing that's worried me that we haven't sorted out the left side yet. Now, look, we don't know about Lookman yet. Apparently, there's rumors that that he could be going to Galatasaray. Tottenham, they're still deep in talks. But how much of Tequila says this gate window has been a 6, gaping holes still there. Where are the gaping holes? I think the gaping holes for me are the left side. The cam roll was, well, Simmons can play in the cam, so I think that's been sorted. We haven't bought bad players, have we, this summer, Rebel? I just think we've bought them in the right places. I think that's the problem.
You've definitely, I think we've both our clubs have bought decent players. I just think that given maybe particular holes that our respective squads have, like he brought in a centre back, and I'm not sure did you need to bring in a centre back.
Yeah.
That being said, he's only a young lad, so obviously you're going to develop him. Column is gold, and we saying the window shut. Like basically, that translates to me as Manchester United have accepted that 16th is the height of their ambitions this year.
Do you think that's where they're gonna do it? Guys, we're on a bit of a countdown. We're 30 seconds away from an hour to go in the summer window. Do you know? Well, I think Tottenham are still in the track. I don't know if Tottenham are shut up shop yet. We're still sort of going along nicely. I think United could have done a lot more this window for you guys. I just feel you've really failed your manager.
I think it was critical that they brought in a midfielder this summer. It was absolutely glaringly obvious. Casemiro's in the last year of his contract. He's got 50 to 60 minutes in his legs per game, even at a game a week. One injury to him, you're down to Ugarte, you're down to Kobe and Bruno. Kobe and Bruno are seen as players that are fighting for the same role, and if they're on the pitch at the same time, they both tend to drift forward to these massive gaping holes in front of the back three, which the only pace in that back three is Liniola. So
Yeah.
I think there's massive, massive problems in that Man United squad. Like Amad Diallo, I love his work rate. I love his enthusiasm. I love that he absolutely loves playing for the badge. But again, to me, he's a 10 or a winger playing at right wing back.
Yeah.
We saw Dallo playing on the left, and I absolutely can't stand when Dallo plays on the left because I don't think he does a good enough job over there. He's a right-sided wing back, and that's where he should be played.
Yeah.
So
the keyless says we didn't get the left wing we needed and got a line for an average at best striker. Not great. I don't know. I disagree with you with the striker, Tequila. I think he's better than what people think he is. And I think he may prove a lot of people wrong. I do. I have disagree. I don't normally disagree with you on stuff, but I do disagree with you. I think the keeper. I think it's a good deal for me. It's a loan deal. It doesn't put us under any pressure to buy him. He has to prove his worth. He wanted to leave PSG. He's got his move. Now it's down to him to prove to Tottenham, I am the man to bring it forward. I think he's an upgrade on Richarlison, and I think he's an upgrade on Solanke. But Solanke's out for the next 2 months. So what are we supposed to do? And I think we're not going to go out and spend 120 million on Isaac. Isaac will want to come to us anyway. Or, so I think we have made a good signing there. I think I do agree with you. We needed a left winger, and I do feel that as one place. He says my nan's an upgrade and Richie, but that's too fair. That is fair. But I just feel that we've let ourselves short. Now, I have been told from our source that potentially, after the Randall deal is done, after Randall, it's potentially unlikely Spurs would do any more business. Randall could be our last signing. That is potential, but that is not confirmed yet. We're still after the Lookman deal. We've got an hour to go. Anything can happen between the last hour. This is always known as mad hour.
Breaking news for you, by the way. He's just signed his contract.
Well, there you go. Here we go. We got a signing. Tottenham's. Is that our 6th signing of the summer?
You know better than me. I haven't been tracking you that much.
Hang on. I'm trying to work it out in my head now. I think that's our 6th signing this year. Sean says Gold said something similar. I look, I'm never going to say never. I'm not going to say it ain't going to happen, but when did the people have to, maybe Colin might be able to tell me in the chat, when did people have to put the deal sheets in to extend to keep talking to clubs?
As far as I know, you have to have it in before the klaxon sounds. So they'd be probably putting it in around maybe 10 to 7, I'd imagine. And then you get an extra hours in it to complete the paperwork.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to say it. No. Now. Colin says now. Okay. I'm not underwhelmed. I'm quietly happy with the window. I'm not overjoyed with it, but I'm happy because we bought players that can go straight into a first team. I'm sorry, if you look at Manchester United, I'd be pretty underwhelmed by your window. Underwhelmed by your window. It's that down. Look, you were bringing money. I think Colin Wright said you were bringing money, weren't you, from future transfer windows into here? Have you spent it wisely, or have you not? Or have you spent it wrongly?
But they're talking about bringing in money from future transfer windows. If that is the case, then the people over in America, who I have a lot more colourful language to describe.
Oh, you love them really, Rebel. You love them really.
And the people that are attempting to run the football club as a minority stakeholding need to get their head a wobble. Because the reality is they spent the first installment this year for Cunha was about 20 million. The first
Yeah.
installment from Mbumo was similar, 20 million. Sesko, probably in the region of 20 million as well. So that's 60 million. And then add another 65 million. So they spent, in reality, for PSR terms, about 65 million this year. We've recouped in pure profit between Garnacho and all the rest of it in excess of that. So I'm sorry now, but I don't buy any of that BS from those American you-know-whats and their little dog, Sir Jim.
Yeah. Now, the latest I got, now this was 2 hours ago from Give Me Sport. Give Me Sport have said Tottenham have now turned their attention to a deal which would see Lookman head to Hotspur, where in the last-minute deal after Atalanta star has become head coach Thomas Frank's new priority target as deadline day edges closer with an hour to go. Although Randall is on his way to Spurs after last season's Champions League winner Paris Saint-Germain accepted a loan proposal due to the Frenchman's wanting to move, the North Londoners are in the market for another forward before the summer transfer window shuts at 7. Now, I know there's a lot of talk going out today saying it may not happen, it may do happen. We're still waiting on upgrade. The latest I got from one of our sources is that they are still talking to Tottenham. Tottenham and Atalanta are still talking. We've got now 52 minutes and 55 seconds left of this window, guys. So I don't know. I'm still waiting for an update if a deal sheet has gone in. But don't worry, we will keep you updated. As I said, I'm back on tonight between 10 and 11 to wind up the window. And I'm back on tomorrow at 1 with Dave with Irish Lads Talk Spurs. The podcast is returning. Any moves today? Let's give people a bit of an update for the moves.
Just before you do, Dermot, I do need to go shortly. Fulham have completed another signing, Shami Chukwueze, 25 million. So that's done and dusted.
And apparently Manchester United were going to approach Conor Gallagher. However, with the amount of time left, the club believed there was not enough time left to get the deal done. Anything else now is unlikely.
Yeah, and I suppose on that note, and in my closing statement, the white flag has been waved in terms of this season. They've given up. Yeah. They're going to sack the manager at some point in the next month to 6 months, depending on how long he can drag it out, and use him as a scapegoat. And I think Ineos and the Glazers need to hang their heads in shame and get out of the football club.
Yeah. But apart from that, where can people find you?
You'll find me at 9 o'clock with more pessimism, doom and gloom on the Man United agenda. Guest appearances every now and again when I can here on the THSE Till We Die and on at Kerry_Rebel. But Colm, no, I won't cheer up because they're a joke.
You really are fed up, aren't you?
13 years of incompetence and negligence since Fergie retired.
Yeah. It is unreal, isn't it? To be fair. It is. Yeah, it is. I'm just trying to sort out. That's what I wanted. Right, I'm just trying to sort out something for when the window closes. But Rebel, thank you so much for coming in, bud. Really appreciate it. And people do get over to the Manchester United agenda at 9 o'clock, and please join the guys over there. And yeah, I'm just trying to do something here, guys. So you're going to see something. I don't know why it's not working.
Have a good one, Dermot, and enjoy the rest of your window.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you so much. It didn't work. Never mind. Oh, yes, it did work. There you go. It did work. Rebel, thank you so much for joining me, sir. Thank you so much indeed. Big up to you guys. 101 of you now in the house. Big up, Colm. Cheer up, Rebel. Bless him. He's not very happy, is he? He is not happy at all. Right, guys, we got 49 minutes and 41 seconds left of this window. Lookman to Bayern Munich officially off. So there's a sim chance of Spurs. Well, that was never on, David. We were told that this morning about 11 o'clock that deal had that deal really wasn't serious. Bayern Munich went in with a loan. Atalanta won a permanent deal. So look, Tottenham's window could be shut by now, but we don't know. We're still waiting for confirmation of that. Spurs Gallagher, he ain't leaving Atletico Madrid either. He will be staying there for another season, unless to January at least. But Fabrizio did say, as we at just after 6 o'clock, 10 minutes ago, Randall Colo has just signed his contract as a new Spurs player. So Tottenham Hotspur get their striker in. And I'm actually quite excited by that. I am very excited by that. But maybe I'm in the minority, not in everyone's good books with that thought. I know Galatasaray was after, that deal could still happen, but all the windows shot at 7. That includes Spain, that includes France, that includes Germany, Italy, Turkey as well. I think all of them shot at 7, apart from Scotland, which goes to 11 tonight. But I don't think there'll be any players in Scotland the Premier League clubs will be after. I prefer if they went to 11 myself. I think it's more fun and it's a bit more thing. Right, what have we got to talk about? Leicester. This is Leicester. Now, Leicester, Eli Caninos has joined Stuttgart on loan with an obligation to buy worth 26 million quid. Manchester United agreed a deal to sign goalkeeper Shane Lemies from Antwerp. Aston Villa in advanced talks to sign Harvey Elliott from Liverpool on loan with an obligation to buy for on or around a package worth 35 million quid. Man City have a deal in place to sign Gianluca Donnarumma from PSG. And Tottenham have been quite busy. Now, I want to talk the last sort of 47 minutes about Tottenham and about our window. I think our front three has been genuinely improved with the players we've got this window. No, JC, Basuma has not exited the building yet. I don't think, for what I was told, I don't think he's going to get a squad placement this year in the Premier League or the Champions League. Exactly. I agree with you, David. I think Randall is the next to sign him because Spurs were a Richarlison trip over a Charles Torway from Havantell as a number 9 would have been disaster. And I do feel that. I do agree with you, Tequila. We do have to get Basuma out of the club, but it's about do you cancel his contract now? Wolves signed striker Tulu, Arco Coder from Jink for 23.4 million. I'm so sorry for me how I do names. I know people do have a good giggle at it. I do apologize. As I said, having a speech impediment is a bit of a mare sometimes, and I do. Basuma has done the Lord Lucan. Whatever happened to Lord Lucan? Oh dear, I do make myself laugh for no reason. But yeah, look, Basuma has to go. Sheffield Wednesday agreed a deal with Manchester United. Millwall are close to signing Wolfsburg AC winger Borlo on loan with an option to buy. Hull are expected to sign midfielder Darko Gabi from Leeds on a permanent deal on deadline day. Portsmouth signed former Stoke goalkeeper Joseph Bursic from Club Brugge on a 2-year contract for a non-disclosed fee. Bayern Leverkusen sack head coach Erik ten Hag after 2 league games in charge. Manchester United have let Lindelof go on a free transfer. He signed for Aston Villa. Lookman news. Go on, Amir. Give us it if you know any. I'm still waiting for it. I'm still waiting for it. We're still no news yet. I ain't giving up on this Lookman deal. I'm really not. I'm really not giving up on this Lookman deal as of yet. Right. Spain shuts at 10:59 tonight. I will give you the times that window shut. So let's go through there. Deadline day. Celtic agree a 5.2 million deal. My second club, Celtic, for Hammarby winger Sebastian Tunicki, and make an approach to sign Chelsea striker David Diotro Fornina on loan. Everton striker Yusuf Cheremby. You saying we got, here we go, Amir, have we? Well, I'm waiting to get that confirmed. Where have you read that, Amir? Let me know, Amin. Let me know where you've read that, and I will check. I'm not doubting you. If you've read it and it's true, then let me know. We seem short on goal scorers yet. We do. Transfer windows closes tonight at 7 p.m. in England and 11 p.m. in Scotland. Deadline day. Transfer windows close in times around Europe. England, Italy, and Germany and France, all 7 p.m. Spain, 10:59. And Scotland, 11 p.m. Joining me now is the other side of the Manchester United agenda. The man that should be happy this evening. I don't know why that hasn't happened. There we go. Is he happy? Is he sad? Is he just want to go and get pissed? One or the other. It's my man. Is your mate's Mr. B. Hello. Welcome to the channel, Mr. B.
What's up, man?
Well, I just had your co-host, Mr. Rebel on. He's not happy.
Oh, God. I don't know how to respond to Rebel later. I'll be honest. I'm convinced he was born angry.
Yeah, Mr. B, your mic seems to be a bit funny. Your audio is crackling.
Oh, is it? Okay, right, let me get that off. Is that better?
Right. No.
Just scratch.
Yeah,
Still
yeah, log out and log back in. See if that works.
no problem.
Yeah, and I'll right, yeah, we got that done as well. So Mr. B is gonna jump hand in. Here comes my usual co-host, my main man, my voice of reason. This is the man that keeps me level, keeps me on the ground. If he wasn't here, I'd be somewhere in cloud 55.
I think you're already there. I think you're already there, bro. You've been doing this for long enough. You were at that point a while ago, mate. Before I go.
Yeah, and I haven't come down.
You were at that point.
No,
at 2
you do
p.m.
keep me grounded, Tequila. You do keep me grounded. Look, I know this window isn't great. You're not calling it great. I think it's more than average. I think we have plugged some places. Is there any deal today that's made you think, right, I want to start Isaac and Wizard, and you look at then Eze and Gui, how they've went about their transfer dealings. If you were a fan of, say, Palace and Palace and both players from Palace, right? Would you have a bit more respect than, say, Wazza from Brentford and Isaac from Newcastle?
Not really. I think the majority of them. There's always an exception to the rule, but I think the majority of them act up like this demo. And I think the players you hear about. I can't remember which manager. It might have been on TalkSport the other day. I think it might have been Alan Pardew who was talking about this.
Yeah,
and how do you bring somebody back when they get this big move? And I think he was talking about who does the locker room side with, and he said that more often than not, the locker room will side with the player because they understand that the player wants to go, especially if it's a club like, we're talking about Isaac, especially if it's a club like Liverpool, with all due respect to Newcastle, and that the players will generally not take the club side. They are more likely to take the player side because they think to themselves, well, that could be me. So that what that says to me, and we're not going to like it because I do think we fit into the second tier of clubs, is that basically any player should they get an offer from a Real Madrid or a Liverpool or a Barcelona, we'll all do that. We don't really want to believe that, but I think you're seeing that actually they all more or less do. There's different degrees of it, but they all more or less do. Now, we don't want to think that. We want to think, oh, no, they love Tottenham. And you get the occasional one. Sonny, I think, is a good example. Maybe you're somebody who was like that. But that's rare. That's the rare occurrences. That's not the norm. If I'm Newcastle and they're getting rid of one person who's acted up, only to replace it with someone else who just acted up. So I'd be thinking to myself, well, this guy's proven that he's no better than Isaac. When I say no better, I mean with how he's going to treat us. So what are you replacing, Dermo? You're replacing one quote unquote bad apple with another.
Yeah, no, that is true. I'm still trying to find confirmation of that. Lookman. Yeah, thanks, Colin. I was looking myself. There's no current. Here we go. But look, I'm not giving out yet. I was talking to Rebel about Manchester United and the mad search for a goalkeeper, Tequila, and you had Martinez being left out. Villa have already had a bad start to the season, 3 out of 3 defeats, and they haven't scored a goal yet. And Emery sort of pre-interview for the game where he just kept repeating the goalkeeper's name, didn't he?
Good evening.
Where?
Good evening. Yeah.
Are you trying to do an Emery here?
Good evening. Good evening. That's what he always says, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Right, we've got Mr. B, a legend of the Man United agenda. Who already knows Tequila? He's Tequila's biggest fan. He thinks. Yeah,
we had fun on the United agenda the other week. We had a good time, didn't we, Mr. B?
Can't hear
you, mate.
bud.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, and you sound beautiful.
Thank you.
You look beautiful as well. I love the beard, Mr. B. You look great.
Oh, bless you. I might come in here more often. The checks are in the post, guys.
It's the beard for me, Mr. B. It's the beard for me. You've got the sort of, you've got the Eric Ten Hag sort of look that you're ready to go into Man United again and save the club. What do you reckon for Ten Hag getting sacked from Leverkusen? Are you surprised?
I don't blame him. No, I don't blame him. He's so arrogant and so up his arse. I didn't have any time for him anyway when he was at the club. I did support him for longer than maybe a lot of people did, but I think that was down to me just wanting to prove other people wrong. But 2 games in, I mean, it can't just be the 2 games. It has to have been something or things that have been bubbling under. But it's the way that it goes, isn't it? There's only one way after. It's only one way. It's only down after you leave United. It's only down.
Yeah. We had Rebel on here. I don't know if you saw Mr. B, and he was very, very downhearted. How are you feeling? Are you not quite as doom as gloom?
I tell you, as I was saying, Rebel was born angry boy. This transfer window has not helped him one bit. I said to him, we could have signed everybody that he wanted to sign, and he would have found something else to be unhappy about. So he's just that guy. I hope you are watching, Rebel. I'll see you at 8. I'll see you at 9 o'clock. Yeah, but no, he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy, to be fair.
Yeah. I thought you've done well from an outsider point of view, right?
I'm happy.
I mean, we recovered our window a little bit, but I still think you probably had a slight. Demo probably won't agree with me. I think you had a slightly better window than we did. Not massively. We improved it a little bit with Simmons.
Can I just stop you there? I actually do agree with you, Tequila, in this. I do feel Manchester United have had a slightly better window.
Okay.
Oh, I get you. Right. Alan was talking about your fruit in the background, Mr. B.
What fruit?
Can he have a banana, he said.
Can you see him? Fuck me. Yeah. I thought I did him. That's all right. Yeah, you can have a banana.
Alan is a new subscriber from Cornwall.
Very nice.
Fair enough. Yeah, I do agree with you, Tequila. I think Manchester, if you look at the players United have bought and the money they've spent, yes, they've bought slightly better than us. I do agree. But I feel they haven't fixed the right positions at United. Goalkeeper. You desperately needed a new goalkeeper.
Well, he's in. By all accounts, it sounds like he's in.
Would you have not gone for Martinez, who I think would have been a better buy for you than this young lad?
Yes, and no. I'm kind of torn between the two. Martinez, we know is ready made, but does Martinez make? You know, they have their stats up and stuff, and people keep telling me his save percentage isn't much more than Onana's. Now, I know his mistakes must be less. Whether or not he's just not making the shots, I don't know. But everybody who plays us sticks the ball right underneath the goalkeeper. So unless we've got a goalkeeper who can do with that, and by the video clips that I've seen, obviously, you know what you do. That once you start being linked with a player, you find all of these clips that make him look like a superhero. But he doesn't seem to be too bad. I'll be honest. I just want a goalkeeper who can do the basics. When you've got to palm the ball out. When you've got to catch it. Onana does none of those things. So anybody's got an improvement. As long as they can do it, it's going to be an improvement. So I'm happy that we've got, as I said, I'm the only position really. And I know Rebel, Rebel probably moaned about was central midfield, but it's life, you know. Man United have never been able to completely do every single thing. We needed a striker, Jesus Christ. We had -9. He wasn't doing nothing. We needed at least 1 10. Maybe we didn't need 2 10s. But Cunha's injured now. So, you know, Cunha and Mount are both injured. So having the extra one, you know, may well have helped the situation. So
I think Sesko's a very good player, Mr. B. I think it will do well for you. Let me put it this way: I think we badly need a striker. I wish we would have got Sesko ourselves, to be honest. But...
Yeah, I'm not unhappy. I'm not unhappy with our window. And then we got rid of what we needed to get rid of. Yeah, at the beginning of the transfer window, we had a figure for them. You know, we're gonna make 200 million, or we're gonna make. I mean, we probably made what 60, 70 million, but they're gone. They're out of the squad. So, bar one player who the whole world knows that we needed, but maybe United are going to do a Liverpool.
And Mr. B, that's another thing where I think you've beaten us on as well, and that this is the outgoings. I mean, we've just heard that we've sold Brian Gill for a massive loss.
10 million he went for in the end.
Yeah, and we paid 25 for him.
I think look,
it's a massive loss.
How long ago did you not buy Gill then? How long ago was
about 2.5 seasons ago? I think
3 years ago.
And no, none of the managers fancied him then. Obviously, he was.
It was too lightweight for the Premiership.
I think. Look, you take. I think to take up a space. I think they were right to get rid of him. I think you take what you're given.
Yeah, but we could have sold it. We could have sold him last year for more by selling him to one of the Spanish clubs, and in the end, we ended up getting less than 10 million. Might as well just flogged him last year.
Because he's got a year left in his contract. So it's like Guru from Palace.
We can't. We are, as I was trying to say to Mr. B. He said that they only got 7 million. Our selling is just as bad as our buying, if not worse. Other than Oliver Skip, who we got a good price for, right? Even if we were to sell Basuma, we won't get much for him. We sold Højbjerg well under the value as well. I mean, you know we did. Our selling is just as bad as our buying. We don't care. We don't care as much because it's just the nature of things. But our selling is just as bad as our buying, Dermo.
I'd just be glad when this window is finished that we can all concentrate on the thing we love, which is football. We can concentrate on the team. And nobody's talking about the start we've had. We've had a good start to the season. I don't know how you feel you've started this season, Mr. B. Would you have taken out of this? Somebody said after 3 games. I'd ask Keela for us in a minute. But if somebody said to you that you would lose to Arsenal, win against Burnley, and get a draw away at Fulham, 4 points out of 3 games, would you have accepted that?
I'll be honest, I really would have wanted 6, to be honest, or 7.
Yeah.
The Arsenal game, I still feel we played better than Arsenal, even looking at it now. I don't think our home form is going to be an issue this year. No. We played better than Arsenal at home. We smashed the shit out of Burnley and just didn't score. I think our home form is going to be okay. I say that after 2 games, in 6 games time, I'll be like Rebel probably, but I think our home form is going to be all right. I think our away form is going to be the part that bites us on our backside this year.
Yeah. To you, Tequila. Look, if somebody said to you, Tottenham would get 6 points out the first 3 games, but we would lose to Man City, but beat Burnley and Bournemouth, but we beat Burnley, Man City, and lost to Bournemouth. I'm quite happy with the start we've had to the season, to be fair to Keela. I'm not too disappointed.
Well, the way I look at it is that I've got us. I still have us finishing about 8th.
Yeah.
Unless something drastic changes in the next half an hour.
7th or 8th.
And if you look throughout the whole season, if you can get 6 points every 3 games, that'll get you probably Champions League, just about. Think of it that way.
Well, probably about 5th, 6th place, Tequila.
Well, if you get, like I say, it's like, so you divide the season, and if you win 2 out of your 3 games, you use that the whole season.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You're looking at over 60, 65 points, which will definitely get you into Europe. So if you look at it that way, we're on track off the 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people saying we were going to have a hard stop. We were going to get smashed up at City. We didn't. We should have beaten Burnley. We were woeful. But looking at goalkeepers, you look at Vicario, Tequila. He played well Saturday, didn't he? To be fair,
he's done all right. He's done all right as Vicario. To be, I know you come on and have a couple of Tottenham guys on the show who don't rate him, but he started.
I rate him highly.
He started quite well this season. To be fair,
Mr. B, I'm going to say something, and I know you're going to know where this is from. He's a good shot. He's a good shot stopper. Well, that's his job.
Yeah, I'd rather have a shot stopper than a goalie who plays the game.
Are you taking the Roy Keane thing now?
Yeah. Roy Keane. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's just his job.
That's his job.
That's his job.
It's true though. Yeah, Vicario played well, but
he kept us in it. To be fair to Keane,
he did, but I would kind of expect him to. I would expect him to. He played well. I'm not saying he had a bad. Of course, if he had a bad game, he would have lost 3 or 4, definitely. But it's like, was he exceptional? No, but he was good. I'm just a bit funky on the whole legend, world class, 10 out of 10 stuff.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, mate.
You lot got Tell.
Yeah.
I'm really confused as to why you lot took up the. Was it an obligation to buy?
No. It was no. Me and Dermo, more or less, as soon as the signing went in, me and Dermo more or less said should have been another loan, mate, because he I'll tell you what, he played for us for 6 months, right? And honestly, all I remember from him of that 6 month period is one good volley that he got. Can't even remember who it was against. He got one good goal.
The FA Cup.
That's it. And don't get me wrong, it was a good goal, but I don't think he did anywhere near enough for us to go and spunk 35 million on him. We should have been another loan.
That you lot took up the option. I see the players that you bought.
It was. I'll tell you what it is, Mr. B. It's a marriage of convenience because they still owed us money for Kane. Had they not owed us money for Kane, I wonder if that would have been so easy a thing to do.
Do you know what? I know Paratici took over the window a couple of days ago from Lang. And if it was a Paratici window, I think we would have had better quality of players come in. I think Lang, again, is proven he's not a good director of football. He really isn't. And Tequila's right. I would have gotten for another loan, then with an option to buy. But to pay 35 million. Now, me and Tequila are going to differ on this. I'm over the moon. We've got Randall Colo in from PSG. And I think it's a good bit of business. It's a straight loan. There's no obligation. There's no option. It's to the end of the season.
Wages?
I think PSG are covering these wages as well. So there's no costing us anything.
Isn't there a loan fee? I know it's not going to be high, but isn't it still about 5 million or something?
There's a 5 million loan fee, but according to James, what he told me, them loan fees don't have to be paid up front. They can be paid over a time.
Most transfer fees are paid over time, so that doesn't matter.
So I think you look at our front three, right? We're going to have Kudos, Simmons, and Randall up front. Then and then who I think on the left side, that's where we're going to struggle. because I don't feel Brennan Johnson's a winger. I've said this again and again and again, and I don't think I think Odegaard's better than Tell. That's just my opinion.
I still think that, you know, my opinion on Richie. He had 2 good
Yeah.
games, and then we've seen the real Richie come out. That is the real. Look,
That's true.
It is the real Richie. What we saw against Burnley was the broken clocks right twice a day stuff. Right, that's Richie.
Yeah.
Solanke, he works hard. I think he's all right, but all right is probably not good enough for where we want to go. So this gentleman we brought in, I don't know that much about him. I've seen a couple of games, but I don't follow the French league that heavily. I don't. So, but I'm a little bit apprehensive. Again, it's another one of these strikers. Can he adapt to the league? Again, we'll have to see if he can adapt to the league. He'll need some bedding in, and we've only got him for a year. And then I think to myself also, why were other clubs not really coming into him? We more or less had a free reign at it. So this stuff is all going through my head. Hopefully he proves me wrong, but I think it's a little bit, it worries me a little bit. We're putting all our eggs into this gentleman who we've got on deadline day on loan. It reeks to me, Dermo, of a panic buy, a panic loan, because it was a panic loan.
No, for me, he is better than, I think he's better than Richie. I think he's a striker.
But he is a panic loan though, Dermo, isn't he? Why did we leave it till deadline day?
I wouldn't call
Isn't
it
that what Spurs do with all of it? Don't Spurs like a deadline?
Daniel Levy apparently comes into his own during this time. He did it 1 year with Van der Vaart, and then for some reason it's become a myth that he did it. Van der Vaart fell into his lap 1 year, and all of a sudden now he's gained his reputation for being this deadline deal master, when the truth is Van der Vaart fell into his lap because we had a little funky relationship with Real Madrid for a while. That's the only reason.
I think this was a Paratici signing today. I think Paratici's came in and he's took the transfer window by the neck and said, right, this is what we're going to do. I know he's in talks with Atalanta at the moment with him and Levy are in talks with Atalanta for Lookman. Now, at the moment, as we all know, D sheets can be put in, but the deal sheets has been coming. And I've got a bit of breaking news for you, Mr. B, from Manchester United. Rasmus Højlund joins Napoli on loan from Manchester United.
Wow.
It is a season-long loan. I don't know any more than that. I don't know if it's an obligation or an option to buy.
If they qualify for Champions League, they have to pay 44 million euros for that big waste of bloody space. Oh,
but
please.
Is he that, Mr. B? Is he that bad?
Oh.
You've obviously seen him much more than I have. Is he really that bad? Because I thought he looked quite promising when you first got him.
Yeah, that's what we do. They always look promising. They always look excited.
Yeah.
They've always got that what's that ready bread glow around them.
Yeah,
that always makes them look nice.
They've always got that Adebayor, if you remember him, thing about them, where they're amazing whilst they're trying to get a contract. As soon as they get a contract, you see the real them. Yeah,
he was shocking. He's not a good. No, he's not. I'm over the moon he's gone. I'm over the moon we've got so much money for him. He'll do well in Italy. I keep saying the Italian league is poor, man. So yeah, I'm over the moon he's gone. And the money that we're going to get for him, even happier, man.
I will try to find out for later if that. Now, Kulu has signed his contract at Tottenham. So that is now done. 21 minutes and 25. Still waiting to hear on anything on Lookman. Now, Sancho's another player that you wanted out of the club. He's now gone on loan, where he was to get Martinez in. He would have had to come in to go to Villa on a permanent deal. How do you feel about Sancho and also Lindelof as well? He's gone from Manchester United to Villa on a free. Are you happy with them to play? Do you think Sancho will play better in the Emery system?
Sancho doesn't care about football. Sancho does not give one iota about football. All he cares about is money. I have no idea what that deal was. I don't care. The fact that he's gone out of our club, I'm over the moon with. We already overpaying him. He didn't want to go to wherever, so he'll go Villa for the year. We've got an option of another year on his contract. I don't believe we're going to take that up. I think that's him done now. He's finished. He can go and get a free transfer and go and play for whoever he wants afterwards. he ain't going to do nothing for Villa. That was a desperation. That's a desperation one for
Mr.
Villa.
B, I've got to ask you about someone, right? Anthony, you paid 90 million for him. You flogged him. I know you didn't, but you know United did, and you sold him for how much? Did you get 16? Is that what you got for him?
We didn't quite pay 90 for him, and
what did you pay?
He's probably. I would like to think it was 95 pence, but I think it was more like 75 million. To be fair, I mean I
mean, I just talked to Dermo about the money we just lost on Brian Gill, but I mean that even doesn't come close to.
That's ridiculous. No. They talk about all of this. To make it look good, they talk about what is it? You know, the years that they pay off. So you know, if it's a 5-year contract, he should have been. No, he held out for Betis. They tried to do a little bit of bandoolies over the weekend, which I'm glad didn't work. I'm glad he's gone. We've lost money. He was only worth. He's a £30 million max, £30 million maximum player. And we played 2.5 times what he was worth. So we've been burned again. We were burned again. That's another one. I'm glad he's gone as well. Another leech out of the way. You know, another bad egg.
Jay in the chat also says about Garnacho. You have mixed feelings on him or no?
None. Over the moon. He's trash.
he went to Real Betis, didn't he, for about 15 million euros, something like that?
Yeah, I'm glad. Take him. Yeah, Garnacho.
Went to Chelsea, didn't he, Garnacho?
Yeah, Garnacho's gone to Chelsea.
Oh, he went to Chelsea, yeah.
Yeah, 40 million.
Anthony went to Real Betis. That's it. Sorry, Anthony went to Real Betis.
I'm over the moon. Garnacho's gone. He's a rubbish player. He has no sense. He's got all speed and no sense, like having a bullet. Fire it in a straight line, it'll do damage, no problem. Ask it to turn a corner, it can't do it, and that's Garnacho. Yeah, I'm glad he's gone. He was a complete.
The thing is, though, Mr. B, like, the difference is, right, and this is again, I am going to bang this because it is Levy. You guys do cut bait, though. We don't. You guys do cut bait. We struggle to cut bait with our guys. The amount of years we kept Ndombele on, right, before we finally pulled the trigger and said, just go, mate. Just go. We kept him around year after year trying to find somebody to take this MFR. And nobody, we got him on, we sent him on loan multiple times, and even they sent him back because they didn't want him either. But we just struggled to get rid of players. Basuma should have been gone, and he's probably not going to. Unless
you know that I think it's from an outside. I see Basuma always shopping for clothes.
Yeah, and he is. Yeah,
and always late. And always late. Now,
yeah, and he doesn't care. I mean, you said about Sancho. I feel the same way about Basuma. Dude doesn't care about football. Dude's making his money. Doesn't care about football. Yeah.
I agree. I think Basuma's got a year left in his contract, so I think Tottenham should buy him out of that contract, to be fair, and let him go in the free somewhere. Brian Hill offered to Tottenham he wanted Tottenham to buy him out of his contract as well today. So to get any money off the Hill deal, I think is pretty good, considering he wanted to leave for nothing. So Tottenham said, no, we're going to get something for you. Big up to Mustafa as well. Do you think we're going to get Savinho? Not in this window. Maybe we'll look at it again in January. I think that is still a deal. Savinho does want to come to Tottenham, but somebody in the Man City board didn't sanction the deal, and it's not going to happen. Matthew says, Grand Ancho copies everything that Christian does. Still couldn't even play the half like he did. Right, we've got breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Now, do you remember earlier we were talking about D-shirts and about how deal sheets happened and how they can give Tottenham an extra thing? Well, the Lookman deal sheet has gone in for Lookman for Tottenham and Atlanta. It's been told Lookman deal sheet's gone in, but deal now appears highly unlikely as Spurs and Atlanta differ on what they want. So I think this is just to give them a bit more time to actually organize the deal properly. But guys, a deal sheet has gone in. I'm still waiting to hear from how long a deal sheet lasts for. So I don't know if anyone knows. I don't know if it's 3 hours or gives them an extra 2 or 3 hours with the deal sheet. I don't know. But A deal
You're
sheet
confident
has
of that
gone
one?
in.
You're confident
Pardon?
with this one now, Derb?
I'm confident. I think this deal sheet goes in. I think Paratici in charge. We'll get this one in. I think we will. 2 hours. So we've gotten now to 9 o'clock. Christopher says 1 hour. Sean says Shawnee Maddox. Big up, Shawnee.
I'm going to say 1 hour and 30 just to put it in the middle for both of them. There you go.
Cheers. Do you know what? You're just being balanced, aren't you, Tequila? Oh,
Try to
bless
be,
you.
mate.
I'm confident. I think we will get it. Paratici's in charge. This deal is getting done, in my view. This is just I don't know nothing. I love Lookman to come. I think get Lookman on the left. I think that transforms our front three. But big up to Steve. Big up Tony. He says, you know what? I was big Levy in. I'm now Levy out. I'm disappointed in the transfer window.
Good man.
You're going to welcome him to your side, Tequila.
It's a frustrating side to be on because, as I said to Demo when he finally joined the side, it's quite lonely over here. Like because I
am Levy.
You feel
out.
quiet. You feel powerless. Is how
I said my view in it, right, and I'm still stuck to this view, right. I think the transfer window is better than we did last season, but it could have been better. I think I give it a 6 or 7 out of 10 for me. I forget Lookman, that goes up to 7.5. But I think Tottenham, I'd use again, I will use it, and I use it again and again. Simon Jordan said it on TalkSport about a month ago that Tottenham have a ship that needs a new captain. Levy has taken Tottenham as far as he can take them. It needs a new captain to take us to the next level. And
Does it? Or does he just... Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off. Go on.
So I think for me, I'm Levy out. I think thank you for what you've done, but we need to move on now. You need to go. You've embarrassed us twice during this transfer window. It had to take Paratici to come back in and actually fix your mistakes and fix your cock-ups that you've made. Lang, you employed a director of football who was incompetent, didn't know his ass from his elbow. Last year, whatever we think with Ange, he was never backed. He wasn't backed with the right players. Thomas Frank comes in. Yes, we've got older players that we don't normally go for, and that's very weird for Daniel Levy to buy players that are Premier League ready, first team ready, that will go straight into the first team. But I think we need to move on and get a new owner and move Tottenham to the next level because there is another level. Levy will not take us there.
Mr. B, can I ask you quickly? How long have the Glazers been in charge of United?
20 years, 20 something years.
So have they been in charge at the same time as Tottenham have, as Enoch have been in at Spurs then?
I think they've been long. Yeah, I think they've probably been in longer than Enoch.
Really?
Yeah.
Enoch came in like 2000 or like 2000, I think.
2001.
2001.
Oh, you might have just been in. You might have been just. I'm not going to sit here and tell you because I have no idea. But it's about that time.
I'm just wondering how long you've been against the owners because I find myself I've been against the owners since I can't actually remember anything else. So I'm wondering if you know what it's like to dislike the owners for 20 years. I mean, I've disliked the owners that we've got for 20 years. I know nothing else.
By Fergie. We were blinded by Fergie. If you're winning, like anything else, if you're winning, you forget all of the sherbet going up upstairs. You know what I mean? You forget all of that. Can I ask you? You said about Levy's time is gone. If he decided that he was gonna loosen the purse strings now and pay players their wages, because obviously you've come on the channel and I thought that you lot had spent money, and then I find out that all your players are on like 70 grand and 80 grand.
Yeah.
If he started paying, proper money, 150, nearly 200 grand, would that change your mind on him, or are you completely? He's completely got to go now.
I'll let you answer that first, Killer, because I'm in a slightly different position to what you are.
I think if you look at if you just look at the transfer, if you take the wages out of the equation for a second, you just look how much you spend on transfers. We average about 150 per season, and this season will have ended up being in that ballpark again. So this is why I'm not that impressed any more than normal, because we've actually ended up spending the same amount as we normally do. We've bought less players with the same money, which I approve of. But it's the wages that stop us from attracting the players we need. It's not the transfer fees, because Levy has shown he is willing, not often, normally it's only one a season, but he is willing to hit that sweet 60 mark. We never go above the 60, 65. We never do. We never have. I mean, we probably never will, but we never push on with the wages. And because I think Levy he is a very astute businessman. He's very scared, I think, of rocking the boat. He's very scared of having these like favored nations, as I know the terms, of having all these players comparing each other's wages and making sure that, and if somebody finds out that somebody's on X amount of wages, then they will throw a tantrum and say, hold on, I'm the most important player, I want my wages. And it's a snowball effect. And I think Levy is petrified of that snowball effect of the wages. And we've heard rumors, and I can't prove these rumors, but I can certainly believe them, that sometimes, at least in the past, Levy has wanted to wait until near the end of the windows to get new players in so he can save on wages. I can't tell you if that's true or not, but I can certainly believe it.
Yeah. Just to give you guys, Sky Giant says, big up Giant 6. It says Sky Sport News just said deal sheet gives you a further 2 hours. So it gives us to 7, 8, 9 o'clock to get this deal in. I'm back on at 10. Just for half an hour to give you a roundup of the day's business and Tottenham's business window as well.
How would that medical work, Derbs? How would that medical work with Lookman?
That'd be done in Italy. They'd have it done in Italy then.
Yeah, they do like one of those kind of rush jobs where they do like a kind of a basic physical, then they'll do the proper one after the deal happens, which is kind of a little bit. Better hope that nothing comes up in that second medical, bruv. But
yeah. Look, guys, I want to end this window as I probably started this show nearly 5 hours ago. I don't believe I've done 5 hours.
You're crazy, mate.
It's been mad today, but it's something that we talked about, and the people seem to have enjoyed it. People seem to enjoy the way we've done this window. So something we may do again in January on deadline day. But we're going to start. I'm going to finish as we start. We're 7 minutes gone. 7 minutes to go. Isaac. Mr. B, 125 million. It's not yet confirmed, by the way. It's not yet. I don't think no confirmation has come out that the deal is done. I know we've got for bits of saying here we go. What's your thoughts on that? I'll go to Tequila then. What's your thoughts on the Isaac deal?
He got what he wanted.
Yeah.
I think
there is a sign. Listen, sorry, Mr. B. There is a sign saying Isaac is a rat, Wazza is a Geordie. Toon. Toon.
Dear bud. I don't have a hatred for Newcastle, but I'm glad that they've been bitten on their arse. I think they seem to think that they're a club. On a higher level,
I know what you're getting at, Mr. B. I agree. I thought the same way for a while myself.
Yeah,
they've got a bit of an ego that's not really justified.
Yeah, that's what it is. All of a sudden,
yeah.
I know they won. I know they won their trophy, but even before that, I don't know.
Mr. B, I can tell you exactly when I realised it. It's when they signed Michael Owen and they had bloody Jim White at the Newcastle Arena and showing all the fans, and Michael Owen was there, and I thought to myself, wow, this is just like a suck fest, for lack of a better term. And it's just like, and I thought to myself, wow, you guys really think you're something special. The arrogance was oozing off. Ever since then, I thought to myself, nah, mate, you guys are arrogant, bro.
Stay at your level. Yeah, look, Liverpool, fair play to Liverpool. They held on. He got the move he wanted. I'm a bit disgusted at what he did to get the move, but maybe if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have got the move that he wanted. In regards to Liverpool, look, they can only play 11 players on the pitch, and no matter who they've got, they can only play 11. It's scary them having him, but it could cause, Ekatike might be a little bit peeved. You know, it might cause a little bit of frustration in there that they have to deal with. It's a good signing. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not.
I reckon, Mr. B. I reckon that they're going to get so far. They might not win everything. Oh, Dermo's gone. They might not win everything, but they're going to get so far in most competitions that I think there'll be more than enough game time for all of them, bro.
I think it's me just trying to be.
I know. See, I know you're programmed to hate him much more than me. I know the rivalry. I only dislike Liverpool. I know, of course, that you hate them, so it must be worse for you.
Yeah, it is. I hate Arsenal more than I hate Liverpool. To be fair.
Really? Why's that?
Yeah.
Where's that come from?
Their fans. Oh my god, they make me sick. They make me so sick. They're the ones who think they're entitled. I hope they never win anything in my lifetime. I'll be honest. I hope they never win anything in my lifetime, man. I hate them.
The worst thing that we want Arsenal to do probably is to sack Arteta, because I think he's probably the thing holding them back the most.
Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, he is. Long live Arteta.
Guys, we've got 3 minutes left of this summer window. So I want you guys in the comments and on the chat to rate this window out of 10. I'll go last because by then I've got a little something planned up for when the window closes. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to hopefully it does work. Tequila, I'll start with you, sir, because you're the Spurs expert on here. You're the Spurs legend.
I've been called a lot of things, but never an expert.
Well, there you go. I'm calling you an expert now. Out of 10, what do you give this window?
Assuming that there's no left winger, a 6. If we were to get this fellow from Atalanta, I might up it to a 7. But as of right now, which I'm going to say we don't have him as of right this minute, then it's a 6.
Mr. B, what would you give Manchester United's window?
I'm tempted to go 8. I'm tempted to do an 8. 7. No, I can't. I don't think I can go less than an 8, to be fair, because we got rid of all of the ones that we needed to get rid of as well. One player short, one position short. Some people will say it's the main position. It's a position. So yeah, I'll go an 8. I'll say an 8. Colm saying 6. Is he on crack?
Wow.
I'm going for 7.5 because I think if we get Lookman, that bringing up to an 8 for me. So I'm going for 7.5. I think we've bought Kudus in. I thought we bought players that are ready for the first team, ready to come in straight away. I think Kulu was a good signing, going to be a good signing for us. I think also Simons is a great signing for me. I think Kudos, Simons, Randall, good signings. Do you know what? Good look, Muin. That front tree then completely transforms itself from a okay. I ain't reading that out, Colin. I agree with James, and 8 if the Lookman deal got some for me. I think we've done well this window. I think we have. I think we really have done well this window. I know Tequila disagrees with me, but
I don't think you're taking the. I think you're being blinded by some of the buys, and you're not taking into the fact that we did not get rid of a lot of players we needed.
I know.
You're forgetting that part.
Yeah, I am not forgetting that part. I think the selling could be done, but it's very hard to sell crap players.
Man United just got rid of most of theirs.
Yeah, but how long has it taken them to get rid of them crap players?
I'd rather they went a lot earlier than they did now. Nobody wanted our players, man. Nobody wanted them.
Right, not yet. There was something coming.
Weird.
Guys, we're coming into last 23, 22, 21, 20. Last 10 seconds. James has gone for 7. We've got... JC's gone for 7. Christopher Inshaw's gone for 8. Guys, 10. We're coming the last few seconds of the window. The 25-26 summer window. People, it is now closed. Shut. And why did that not work? There we go. There you go. That's it. Oh dear. Anyway. I did try. I did try something different. I did try to do something different.
It's like when when you
guys-
set when you set like a firework off and you expect it to go flying up into the sky and it just kind of fizzles out and goes and hits the ground. Bless you, Dermo.
Yeah, I tried to do something different, guys. The window is closed, but don't forget, Tottenham have a deal sheet in for Lookman. That goes on for 2 hours. So any news between now, Colin, you're so right. You can tell the graphic designer is on holiday. Jesus, you're so right. Oh Lord. I think after 5 hours of streaming, I think I'm going to stick my head in the food blender somewhere.
5 hours.
Anyway, I am off. I actually am on tomorrow as well, but I'm having tomorrow night off, guys. You can all entertain yourself. I'll be back Wednesday. Guys, that is it. We're going to end it there. I'm back on to 10 tonight. Any news from Lookman, we're bringing let you know. Yeah, I'll be on for about half an hour tonight. We were due to have Luke on, but due to family reasons, he can't join us. So you're going to get me all to yourself for about half an hour. So please join me for that at 10.
I'll see if I'm around. I can't make promises at the minute.
No, I know that.
If I'm available, I'll join if I'm available,
Yeah.
mate.
I do, Colin. I can't wait for you to get back off holiday because I need you to sort out my graphics, man. I need you to sort out my graphics. Just like the Lange. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my graphic designing is like Johan Lang. Shite. Anyway, Mr. B, you're on at 9. Where can people find you, sir?
Yeah, you can find us on the Man United agenda. Just stick it in the YouTube and it will pop up. Yeah, we will be on at 9. Oh God, I got rebel. I'm praying that.
Good luck with it. Good luck with that one, Mr. B. Good luck with that one.
I already know. I've been listening. I've seen some of the WhatsApp messages. I know where our show's going to go later. I might have to take a couple drinks before that, to be fair.
He is feisty.
Yeah, Tequila. He doesn't. Do you know one thing, Rebel? Right, he doesn't know if he's a Kerry man or a Cork man. I think he's got a bit of a county sort of. He doesn't know which county he's from. So maybe we need. I'm back in 5 days, Mr. B. So don't worry. Yeah. Tequila.
Thank you.
You have a gaming channel. Where can people find you, sir?
You can find me on the
Apart
Play
from
Pouch.
on here.
On here when I can, and the Play Pouch is just for a bunch of miserable 40-year-old and Com, who's a miserable 35-year-old. I've added a couple of years. He's actually younger than that, but he won't mind me saying that he's 35. Yeah, we just did our monthly podcast discussing the month of August. So please join on the Play Pouch if you like that kind of stuff. Cheers, guys.
Do you know what I started playing last night, Tequila? I started playing Assassin's Creed, but the Enzo series they did for
Which one? Oh no, they're the best ones of the bunch, there, mate. You've made a good choice there. They're the best ones.
Yeah, I played the first one where he's shooting the cannons from the top of the wall.
Yeah, the Enzo collection, number 2. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, number
keep
2.
At it. It's good. Yeah,
I will. Yeah, it's better than being called 16 years old like you normally do.
If you keep bringing it up, I will go back to calling you 16 years old.
Column's 21. I don't know why he thinks he's 16. He's 21.
Because he can just about
Colin,
soon. Yeah.
Colin, please come back. I need you for the graphic side of the channel. I'm struggling. But guys, look, thank you all for watching this 5 hours. You have stayed with us, me and James today. This has been your main Deadline Day Mania. We have taken you through. We started with Tottenham signing a player from PSG. We're ending it with a deal sheet going in for Lookman and seeing can Spurs get that one over the line. Guys, I'm back on at 10 tonight with the roundup with all the latest from Tottenham Hotspur. Whatever you do, enjoy it. And look, thank you so much to 1,574 of you who have viewed this stream today. It's been mental. It really has been mental. Really appreciate it. And on that bombshell, thank you all for watching. Tequila, I let you take us out.
Okay. It's just who we are, mate.
Good night.